Hello, hello, hello there. How's everybody doing? Jeez, my hair's a mess. Actually slept okay and woke up and had breakfast, and I feel like I'm actually functioning. Weird set of events. Hello from Twitch side. Hello. Okay, I gotta shrink this so I can like see Twitch. Pause Twitch. I don't need to actually have it running. I gotta see how to like set up these chats. I keep mentioning it like every time, but then I don't do it. How's everybody doing? I set up Final Fantasy 11 yesterday. Took forever. This is what happens when you set up a PS2 MMO. God, it took a while. It took a while to set up Final Fantasy 11, but I think I finally got it. It took me a hot minute. Want to hear a dad joke? Not really. Dad jokes are pretty fucking mid. Dad jokes are pretty fucking mid. So yeah, for this chapter, I kind of honestly expect more Chizuru. Like, it feels like it's Chizuru's time to kind of come back. It's time to see what the fuck's going on with her. So it feels like it's gonna be more Chizuru. That's my vibe. That's how I'm feeling it. I feel like we need more Chizuru. It feels like this is the time where we get more Chizuru. We've had time with Mommy. We've had time with Ruka. Ruka got another event. So we'll go from there. Fate, you notice that there's a full moon you see when you see the planet Venus. Didn't you text me this earlier? Isn't this like the thing I've mentioned too? Like the whole point of the night sky is that the moon and Venus are like the brightest things in the night. It's not simply the full moon and you see Venus. No, you see Venus in general. But in the night sky, Venus and the moon are the brightest things. You sent me this on Twitter. I could have sworn you sent me this on Twitter. My dad is a NASCAR enthusiast. We call him a racist. What? That joke flew right over my head. That joke flew right over my head. Oh, never mind. Racist. Get it? Right. That's fucked up. Okay, let's the chapter's out. Okay, let's reload. For reload. Oh, Chizuru called it the cat and my girlfriend too. Oh, look, it had something to do with Peter. Who could have guessed? It had something to do with Peter. Who could have guessed? Okay, a moving truck, directions, children, and it's Kazuya on the road. Caution, student driver makes frequent stops. Look at this guy. Look at this dude. Look at this man. He's so funny. This one is, oh boy. Reach the goal from the start spelling what, reach the goal from the start spells what word? See the answer in the next chapter. Oh, man. Okay. Real people. I'm freaking out. These are real people. Lives are at stake. My car is part of the city. Also, what's with all the street parking? I never really cared when I was a pedestrian. All this oncoming traffic too. I keep having to turn on my blinkers and change lanes. Ugh. Oh, bikers are the worst. Bikers are the fucking worst, bro. You don't understand. If any of you have driven, bikers are the fucking worst. Like straight up, the goddamn worst. When you're driving, it is a fucking nightmare. Damn, these bikes keep popping out of everywhere. Don't think you can just do whatever you want, you bastard. Well, your first time on the road is always stressful. Could he not talk to me right now? Huh? but you should relax your shoulders a bit. Oh, okay, sorry. Everyone, please be careful when driving. Oh, the first time is so stressful. Okay, that's kind of cute. I love he like crossed his legs and like covered his face. That's kind of cute. God, that was super exhausting. I wonder if this is how the kids on old enough feel. Oh my god, is this a fucking old enough? Oh boy. Is that another reference that we have to check out? I've been ignorant of the world this whole time. I've been ignorant of the world this whole time. Dude, credit to JoJo where credit is due. JoJo pretty much called this, JoJo Maniacal, he pretty much called this where he said, like the tunnel that Kazuya is going to go through, we're at the midpoint. And so when Ruka shows up, Kazuya is going to have to see the world. Now that he's literally on the road, he kind of can't be blind anymore. He has to learn to open his eyes. Damn, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. The fact that the story told us we're at the midpoint also matches where the road was supposed to be and how Kazuya had to like open his eyes. This was also hinted at with Sumi and how Sumi literally covers his eyes and opens them. It's something I said. I think I said that one. I've been ignorant of the world this whole time. All these new sights are overwhelming. It's wearing me out. But surely I'll get used to it. Everyone else is doing it. I just have to believe that. Uh-oh. He's in shadow here. And he's drawn a little childishly. He's not going to just get used to it. Damn it. This feels so dire. I can't relax. Everything I'm doing is for Mizuhara's sake. Besides, I saw it. I saw Mizuhara next to me. Again with the shadows. This is what this is actually about. Okay, I see. Reiji shows him in shadows, and this is what it's actually about. It's not this. It's this. This is a red herring. This is a misdirect. Damn it. I also can't stop seeing what happened before. The recent incident. Stupid, Ruka-chan. Stupid. Yesterday I managed... I hope he's saying baka. I hope he's saying baka. Yesterday I managed to fend her off somehow. But she's totally serious about her first time. Damn. I had no idea my body was like this. Oh, he's taking off his pants. Whenever I'm touched down there, it's like my whole body goes limp and I can't fight back, even if I know I have to. So he's starting to gain self-awareness. He's starting to... Oh my god, I'm wearing a hoodie like him. I just realized. I'm wearing a hoodie like him. I just realized. He's starting to notice. That's the important part. God, fucking hit my head. He's starting to notice. That's the most important part. Since then, I've kept my contact with her to a minimum, and she called me distant. When she comes at me so aggressively, I really can't do anything. I can't let her in my room anymore. Actually, I have to stay completely away from her no matter what. What did we say about the 3 months? It's the 3 months all over again. He's learning the fucking hard way. Huh? Mizuhara? Oh, I thought, never mind. Rereading that. Mizuhara. How many times are you going to say her name? Karata driving school. Look at Peter. Look at Peter's fat ass just sitting in this cat freaks. Huh? Acting like a cat. Yeah, apparently they always do this in Takaguchi plays. In the first rehearsal, it's supposed to make you less embarrassed. Look at this old man. Look at this old coo. Okay, so it's not cats. This is why I was hesitant with the cat thing, like after a little bit, because I'm just like, okay, maybe it's not cats. It seems to just be aligning with cats. Maybe it's not cats. And I'm kind of glad it isn't. Mostly because it just felt like too on the nose. The rehearsal thing made a little more sense. Like, the more I thought about it, the rehearsal thing just made more sense. That's why whenever we read something about cats, I'm like, I'm not sure about that. I'm kind of just putting that to the side for now. It's like, if it's true, cool. If it's not, whatever. So if it turns out it's just an exercise. Look at this pretentious ass bitch. Look at this pretentious ass bitch. Is this the same motherfucker who like ignored Chizuru before? Is this the same motherfucker who ignored Chizuru before? Look at this pretentious ass bitch. Yeah, apparently they always do this in Takaguchi's plays. Togakushi's plays in the first rehearsal. It's supposed to make you less embarrassed by acting like a cat or dog. Isn't that calling it old-fashioned? Unless I'm right, maybe it is cats, who knows. To be honest, it's really embarrassing. Does it even have any merit? It seems quite a few young people are struggling with the outdated practice. Well, he's pretty famous like a vain king. Nobody can disobey him. He's known for being merciless. Let's just do what he says. Chizuru-chan, you were great. You were a convincing cat. It was so real. You think so? Thanks so much. Takaguchi-sensei is known for being very strict, so hang in there. Bye for now. See you later. Yes, I'll do my best. This is so much fun. Oh my god, she's actually having a lot of fun. Okay, so the play is called Venus. Something Venus. And there's a bunch of flowers. This is so much fun. Wow, I'm blown away. I've never experienced this before. Seeing it on the internet and doing it for real are completely different. I had no idea you could expand your acting like this. Oh my god, she's such a diva. She's such a diva. She just loves acting so fucking much. I think Reiji really wants to show how much she loves acting. Reiji is really trying to show how much she loves acting. It has nothing to do with succeeding. It has nothing to do with succeeding. She just loves acting. She just loves acting. Catches herself. He's a famous director. I guess he has a unique way of doing things. I bet up until now he's made countless masterpieces just like this. I wonder what kind of play this will turn out to be. What? I wonder what kind of play this will turn out to be. And of course, like I said, her clothes say love and peace. I want him to see it too. She's in shadows. Whoa, she's in the bathroom. The fucking lighting on this is crazy. It's like do you see how there's like a path opening up above her? Right? There's like a path opening up above her. Stupid, stupid. Why am I thinking about this at the studio? This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. So was the play as straight as we thought? I like how she did the stupid, stupid just like Kazuya. I like how she did the stupid, stupid just like Kazuya. I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does. Mini-chan put it like that, but I don't blame her for being upset after what I did. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she hated me for it. I told him that I couldn't date him, but after what I did, it's basically like I'm toying with him. Yeah, she's aware. How does that make the agency you work for any different from a brothel? That's not what she said. I'm sorry. Oh my god, look at him spell it out. Look at him spell it out. I'm sorry, mommy-san. I'm sorry, Ruka-chan. He's spelling it out so fucking hard. He's spelling it out so fucking hard. Hey, have you noticed how Kazuya is having the same problems with Ruka as Chizuru is? Oh, are you noticing who the real villains are? Are you noticing who the real villains are? Oh, he's spelling it the fuck out. Literally the shit I've been saying this whole fucking time. Chizuru feels guilt over Mami and Ruka when they're the fucking villains. They're the ones who are her antagonists. They're the ones doing horrible shit. And she's blaming herself. Literally what I said. It's fucking abuse. No, it's like literally, when you see Ruka right now, doesn't it look like abuse? When you see Ruka right now, does it not look like abuse? And here's Chizuru saying exactly verbatim the same exact fucking lines as Kazuya. Kazuya is panicking on the road. She's having fun acting. And you're like, oh my God, she's terrible for having fun. How could she have fun when he's having a horrible time? Right? We said this last stream too, right? I tried to defend it by saying, well, maybe she's struggling. No, she's actually having a great time. And that's the irony, is that what's wrong with her having fun? What's wrong with, good for her? You know, like, yeah, she's making Kazuya wait, but she feels guilt over that. Fair enough. But what's wrong with her having fun? Let her have fun. She hasn't had fun in a hot minute. Chizuru, it's all just been stress. Good for her. She needs some fun. But look at this. She still feels guilty. She can't even have fun without feeling guilt. Okay, I was just thinking on July 11th. Despite that, I'm so lucky he even asked me out again. I don't think I'm someone all that special. I'm so lucky that he even asked me out again. Okay, so she did interpret it as him asking her out. Oh, so she was taking a risk. I'd be acting too spoiled if I messaged him first. I'll wait until after I give him a ticket. Okay, so we're starting to get some ideas behind what she's thinking. She thinks she's being too spoiled. He has done so much for me. I'm sorry for being excited. Come on. Come on, he's spelling it out so hard. Come on, he's spelling it out so hard. How can you spell this out any harder? Kazuya's horny. He's excited. He feels bad for being excited. Here's Chizuru feeling bad for being excited. There are mirrors. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chizuru-chan breaks. Chizuru-chan breaks almost over. Oh, okay. No. I have to focus. Uh-oh. What a spot to stop with the goddamn condom. What a spot to stop with the goddamn condom. What a spot to stop with the goddamn condom. Hey, guys, remember how when he put the condom in, everyone was just like, "Oh, Kazuya's gonna drop the condom randomly, and Chizuru's gonna see it, and it's gonna be weird." Kazuya drops the condom randomly. Chizuru does not see it. Who sees it, mommy? Who sees it, mommy? I'm actually really like this chapter. This chapter gave us a lot of context on what Chizuru is thinking. This is there is a lot of parallels intentionally being struck between Kazuya and Chizuru. The most important thing I really want to highlight to you is how you're constantly seeing Kazuya in shadow and Chizuru in shadow. Chizuru's imposter syndrome is more serious than I expected. It's not imposter syndrome, it is guilt. This is guilt and trauma, dude. Like, it's all in the subtext of the dialogue, right? It's all in the subtext of the dialogue. Reiji intentionally has Kazuya have a terrible experience with Ruka. You'll notice Kazuya blames Ruka for what happened. With Chizuru, it's literally the flip. With Chizuru, she's having a good time. She's pursuing her career. She's doing the right thing. Honestly, like, I get it. Everyone is just like, how could she pursue her career instead of Kazuya? No, honestly, good for her. Honestly, good for her. I'm kind of glad she did. I'm kind of glad it's not something super negative. That actually eases my tensions, but also informs us on what we need to understand. So what this chapter does is this chapter actually informs us on what's actually going on with this arc. Kazuya is actually the one suffering. Kazuya is the Steins Gate flip, if you will, right? And that's the thing where it's like, okay, I for when we first started this arc, I thought it was like Chizuru needing to save Kazuya, or sorry, it was Kazuya needing to save Chizuru. Now I'm like, oh, it's Chizuru needing to save him. And now I'm just like, okay, maybe it's like kind of both. Maybe they kind of need to save each other. So what's interesting is a lot of the dialogue that Kazuya says directly informs Chizuru's dialogue. You need to understand what the fuck he's saying to understand what Chizuru is saying, because what Chizuru is saying is the flip, right? What Chizuru is saying is the complete flip. What do you mean Kazuya always suffers? No, Chizuru suffers too. Literally, we highlighted how she's suffering here too. She's a silent sufferer. That's what Chizuru is. She's a silent sufferer. She's having fun with her play, and she can't even properly enjoy that because of what happened with Ruka and Chizuru. Oh, sorry, with Ruka and Mami. Right? She can't even fucking enjoy that in full secret, or sorry, in full, because of what happened between Ruka and Mami. She feels the need to hide it constantly, right? So that is already informing us of this kind of stuff. Whereas Kazuya, Also, like, they both go to the bathroom too, by the way. Did you guys notice that? They both go to the bathroom. It's just the way they deal with their conflicts is almost inverted. And to here, it almost looks like the initial load. Oh, the initial load is this. Okay, I understand what the initial load is. The initial load is two different things in this chapter. One, the initial load is when Kazuya gets on the road, and it's overwhelming as shit, right? When Kazuya gets on the road, it's overwhelming as shit. With Chizuru, it's the flip. With Chizuru, it's when she has to do this thing for this dude, which has to do this thing for this director, right? And whereas Kazuya found it incredibly overwhelming, and other people find it overwhelming, Chizuru's having a great time, right? To Chizuru, it's not overwhelming. To Chizuru, it's expanding her horizons. She's seeing a whole new perspective, right? So that's really cool. In contrast, both of them also end up in the restroom, right? In contrast, both of them also end up in the restroom. However, the framing in the restroom is completely different, right? The framing of the restroom is completely different for Chizuru and Kazuya, right? Here, what Reiji is visually showing us is there's actually 4 sets of initial loads. There's actually 4 different sets of initial loads. You think it's just 2. You think it's just 2. You think it's just a play, and you think it's just Kazuya being on the road. That's not the case. In reality, there's another set. The other set of initial loads, the first one is when Kazuya enters the restroom, right? When Kazuya first enters the restroom, that he's talking about how hard it is to be on the street. The actual real initial load that's really stressful is him coming to terms with the fact that his body feels this way, right? So this is the true initial load for Kazuya. This is what the chapter's actually about. It's this. The fact that Kazuya is coming to terms with the fact that he does not have control over his body, and it's freaking him out, right? He's just like, like literally, this is when he starts thinking about these things, this is the true initial load. This is the author essentially spelling it out for you, right? Here, okay. Here's this thing that I'm introducing right now, and I'm going to introduce it in a very uncomfortable way, but it's gonna make you realize the important issue at play here, right? This is the big problem. This is the big issue that's going to ease it in for you and make it a little easier for you to understand how to deal with this conflict moving forward. In contrast, we get a form of initial load with Chizuru, where we're getting told all this information about where her headspace has been this entire time. We haven't seen her at all, right? She's been somewhere else, and in particular here, I think this is the most interesting shot. This shot is like, how do I describe this? It's so hard to like visually describe this shot. It's like the sort of Damocles thing is hanging over her head. That's kind of like how I almost see this shot. It's like the sort of Damocles is just fucking hanging over her head, and she says, I want him to see it too, and she feels terrible for wanting him to see it too. Now look at the visual above this. It's literally opening, right? It's literally opening, right? So it feels like there's a lot pouring in. Right? So it looks like an opening. In reality, there's a lot pouring in on top of her, right? Like there's a massive weight just literally being aimed right at her, or at the back, at her back and her shoulders, right? Visually speaking, there's a lot on her shoulders. Notice where the words are, right? Notice where the words are. They're literally like right here, right on the shoulders. The fact that she wants him to see it is a weight. The fact that she wants him to see it is not a source of joy. It's something that worries her, right? She has to look down when she feels this way. She doesn't look up, right? Whereas for us, it's kind of a revelation. There's a kind of revelation happening for us, but for Chizuru, it's kind of like a form of regret. And she said this thing I was thinking the whole time. The fact that she thinks Minnie probably fucking hates her, right? The fact that she thinks Minnie probably fucking hates her. And I said this before. She's accepting the fact that people may hate her for this. When Kazuya texts her, she says, I'm so lucky for that. Like I said before, the biggest thing like that I think I was really correct about when it comes to Chizuru is that she has accepted the fact that she's going to be hated. And yet she still feels the need to apologize to her abusers. Think about that for a second. She has accepted the fact that she's going to be hated, and yet you see her intentionally flash back to Mami and Ruka and apologize to her abusers. Whereas now you're starting to see how these people, in many ways, are kind of Kazuya's abusers, right? Ruka is a little more blatant, Mami less so, right? Ruka is a little more blatant. I would say Mami is people still haven't figured Mami out, mostly because she hasn't done anything bad, nothing blatantly bad. But like I've said, there's an undertone with Mami. The undertone with Mami being the fact that she is Kazuya's abuser, and she's acting like his friend. She's not addressing any single thing that she fucking did. So with Mami, it's more of an undertone. With Ruka, it's like in your fucking face, right? With Ruka, it's like straight in your fucking face, right? Okay, Ruka is starting to become kind of a problem. You're starting to see Ruka in a little bit of a different light. With Ruka in particular, you had a straight up reenactment of what happened before Hawaiians with Chizuru. Right, we talked about this. The last chapter is a direct parallel to what happened with Chizuru, where Ruka pushes Chizuru into her own home, takes her fucking key, throws a condom wrapper at her, tells her she's a terrible person for what she did. You better not regret this. And I already had sex with Kazuya. All of which now Ruka is doing in inverse with Kazuya. With Mami, it's the flip here, right? With Mami blatantly yelled at Chizuru, and look at this. Chizuru earlier in the date, right? Remember this very carefully. This should inform a lot of what you're thinking right here. Chizuru earlier in the date told Kazuya, I can't forgive Mami-san. Yet here she is apologizing to her. Suddenly, some of the things that were shown before are starting to get informed. In particular, one thing I really want you to think about is Chapter 390. In Chapter 390, what people don't notice is the flashes to the female characters that show up when Minnie describes certain things about women are from Chizuru's POV, and people don't notice that. I said this too. I said this too at the time when the chapter came out. What people don't realize is that what Minnie says about women here, here, I'll pull it up. Let's just go there really quick. Right here. So we start with, I don't care that you hid it from me, but don't you have any idea what you're putting Master through right now? Okay. I wouldn't say this in front of Master because I have faith as well. Sumi is a character representative of faith. In particular, you see Sumi with closed eyes. She represents blind faith. I think that's really important, right? So this in particular is Chizuru's POV, right? This is not Minnie. This isn't Reishi just showing us things randomly. This is from Chizuru's POV. This is how Chizuru sees these characters. So with Sumi, it's faith, right? Sumi is faith. However, the subconscious kind of shows itself a little bit. In particular, I don't think this is Chizuru's active thoughts. These are more of like the subconscious thoughts, the real thoughts, not like the active thoughts that she's thinking where she's wrong. These are the internal thoughts. So with Sumi, it's faith, but you see, Sumi, she closes her eyes. It's blind faith, right? Now let's go to the next one. What does she say? But to have him come this far and still make him wait is something only a cruel woman would do. So in this chapter, Chizuru admits Minnie must hate her. Chizuru's terrible for this, so she views herself as a cruel woman. Yet who do we see? We see Mami. You see how Chizuru literally perceives Mami as a cruel woman. And yet now she's comparing herself to her. And this is important. Why? Because Chizuru needs to see Mami for who she actually is, not just as the person who hurt her, but just as also this person who's flawed and trapped in these flaws. And so us only seeing Mami's back perfectly represents this, right? Us only seeing Mami's back is really important because you're only seeing her back, right? The presence of Mami's character, not her front. You don't actually see the picture properly. You only see the back of the picture. With Ruka, it's the most interesting. You see her to the side. Right? It's not like literally like this where you only see this side of her. No, you're seeing her to the side. She's leaning over, whereas Kazuya, you see two sides of him. You see his back and you see half of him. You don't see the full picture. There is a hidden half to Kazuya. Right? With Kazuya, you see his back as a parallel to Mami, but then to the side, you only see half of his side. You don't see his full picture. This is important. There's literally a hidden side. There's a hidden side of Kazuya Chizuru is not seeing, and it's literally being visually represented here, but this is the irony of this shot that you don't realize. Look at how Kazuya looks sad here. Look at how he's working hard. Look at how upset he looks. And Chizuru views Ruka positively. Here's where the undertone comes in. Kazuya's with Ruka and he's upset. Her mind literally knows this. Her mind literally processes and knows this subconsciously that he's not happy with Ruka. But how does Ruka look here? Positive. How does Ruka look here? Positive. The holy shit, the recontextualization of this chapter is amazing. Holy shit, the recontextualization of this chapter is fucking amazing. Oh my god. God tier. God tier. Oh my god. Now, what does Minnie say? He believes in you with every fiber of his being even now, and he's taking everything you've said to heart. He has faith that one day he'll be rewarded. You see Kazuya's back as a parallel to how when Kazuya said, I believe in you, he was carrying her on his back. A literal burden. Okay? And further on, like Mommy, she only sees his back, only the back of his silhouette, as if he's leaving, but also at the same time, as a parallel to Mommy, how she's not seeing the full picture. Then it flips. Do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? What she doesn't realize is, like, as she sees this, she sees him sad, right? She sees him sad. That reflects her own sadness. But this line is really interesting. Ruka isn't simply snatching him away. She's literally fucking hurting him. She's assaulting his ass. And then we finally see this shot of Minnie screaming at Chizuru, and what happens? Chizuru is in shadows. And what does Chizuru do? She doubles down on being the villain. What does Chizuru do? And this is the conclusion I came to later. Chizuru doubles down on being the villain. The play is real, right? We later realized the play was in fact real. And now Chizuru is just merely doubling down on being the villain. And she's accepted it, but she still feels the need to apologize. But she's apologizing to her fucking abusers. Jesus Christ. No, this is an amazing fucking chapter. This is what all the buildup was towards. This is what all the buildup was towards. The fact that it's called The Cat and the Girlfriend 2 is also, I believe, kind of important. This is also an interesting one, right? So if you guys remember this cat, was approaching Peter the other time. Right, so in the last chapter, this cat was approaching Peter. And Peter was just kind of standing there. And now when the cat approaches it, it hisses. It freaks out. Right? Whereas Peter's just sitting there. He's not even doing anything. What does this look like? I bet none of you are actually piecing it together. This is a metaphor for a few different things. One, trying to find out where the fuck is it. Where's Mommy and Ruka? There it is. Mommy and Ruka. This is Mommy and Ruka. First off, that's the first thing. That's the initial metaphor, symbolism, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They see Chizuru just sitting there. She's a bigger, older cat, and they freak out. So when you see this cat approaching Peter and it freaks the fuck out, it literally mirrors how, in many ways, that's Ruka and Mommy looking at Chizuru. Now let's flip it over. This is rather the characters, these people, approaching this old man. Right? So when people see this old man who literally, how does Peter look? He's an old fart. Right? Peter looks like an old ass fucking cat. Got them whiskers and everything, right? He's a hardball cat. He got big fucking cojones. Okay? He's got a big cojones, right? They're intimidated by him. Even I was intimidated by this dude when I first saw him. I'm just like, damn, what a pretentious ass prick. That's how I read this dude when I first saw him. So as a parallel to that, you see these brand new cats approaching an older cat, and the cat is telling them, well, act like a cat. Why are you not acting like a cat? And they freak out. It scares them. This parallels exactly the dialogue that these kids here are saying, right? They're intimidated by him. They're intimidated by this older fella who's an actor, right? And who demands a lot from them. Just as right here, you see these cats, right? You see the smaller cat approach Peter, the older cat, and they're intimidated by it. This directly parallels how Chizuru actually relates to this director and actually likes what he wants her to do. Because she's learning something new. This is an amazing experience for Chizuru. She's learning something new. Whereas a lot of other people are intimidated by that. This directly parallels how Mommy and Ruka are directly intimidated by Chizuru. Because they're fucking scared of her. She has everything they don't, and instead of living up to the challenge, and instead of being insecure and scared about it, they get embarrassed, right? They get embarrassed. So what do? They treat Chizuru like shit for being better than them, and then they try to make her feel embarrassed like them. They introduce shame into her life. That's what Ruka and Mommy did. They introduced shame into Chizuru's life. They made her feel shame for just doing what's normal, right? Nobody else is telling her this. Nobody else is saying this shit to her. It's them. They made her feel terrible for doing the right thing. They're the ones who are constantly on her fucking case for this. So she feels terrible for this. So what's interesting here, Chizuru doesn't feel shame for acting, but she feels shame for her feelings. That's fascinating considering all the other characters don't feel shame for their feelings, but they feel shame for acting. All the other actors, right? They literally feel shame and embarrassment when they're acting. Chizuru doesn't. And they make her feel like shit for not feeling shame. How could you not feel shame? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you relating to us? Why aren't you like us? Why aren't you blending in? And this perfectly explains why Chizuru stops herself, turns around, and does an and then goes and gets excited in the restroom. Because everyone around her is like, how are you enjoying this? You're weird. Something's wrong with you. You're weird. What Chizuru's experiencing is nearly identical to what the people around Kazuya are doing to him. When Kazuya is at the driving school and he mumbles to himself, and the people are like, oh, what a fucking weirdo, right? Kazuya keeps going, but he feels it. It's starting to add on to his back, right? He feels it. It's still rude as hell. She's too innocent and accepts their criticism. It's not really, how do I describe it? It's not simply innocence. It's not simply innocence. It's not just accepting the criticism. This impacts everyone. It's not just innocence. It's immaturity. It's immaturity. Chizuru is still immature in her own ways, right? She may appear mature on the surface level, and she is mature in a lot of other respects, but this is immaturity in the sense of how she treats herself. She's immature to herself. She kind of hates herself. So it shows that immaturity shows in that respect, right? I also find it interesting. This is a really fascinating thing here. Chizuru enters a unison restroom. Did you notice that? She's not in a women's restroom. She is in a unison restroom. Because she's feeling what both her and Kazuya feel. It is not something relegated to a gender. It is something both people feel. It is something every single person feels. It doesn't matter if you're a girl or a guy, everyone feels this. That is why she is in a unison restroom. Because Kazuya, for the longest time, kept saying, this isn't something women feel. This must be just something I go through. She's in the unison restroom feeling exactly the same thing as him. She's a famous director. I guess he has a unique way of doing things. I bet up until now, he's made countless masterpieces just like this. Light, shadow. I think that's interesting. He's a famous director. I guess he has a unique way of doing things. This is true. But I bet up until now, he's made countless masterpieces just like this. This line of dialogue is in shadow, and I think that's intentional because she probably doesn't consider how many failures he might have had. I wonder what kind of play this will turn out to be. She doesn't even know what she's walking into. That's really fascinating. She doesn't even know what she's walking into. She's literally in shadow. She's excited about what kind of play it is, but she has no clue what she's walking into. Huh. Maybe this is Cats. Maybe this is Cats. Yeah, so she was actually having fun. Okay, so she was actually having fun. She's not full of herself like the other actors, so it doesn't matter to her doing embarrassing stuff for the sake of acting. That would be more accurate. It's not. It's not that she's not full of herself. She doesn't. She doesn't think this is beneath her. It's not about being full of yourself. It's about like being okay with like looking stupid. I think that's the difference. It's like people oftentimes associate being full of yourself with not being willing to do something stupid. That's not the same thing. That's being okay with looking dumb and knowing it does not destroy your ego. It's about ego. And when I say ego, I don't mean like you're egotistical. I mean every single person has a sense of ego. And some people, when they do stuff like this that they would consider embarrassing or weird, they would think to themselves, oh, I'm degrading myself, right? Even I interpreted it this way when we first read this. I'm like, oh, Chizuru could be degrading herself. No, she's having a great time, right? She's letting go of that. And this is like kind of a read I was coming to too, that she was like, she's just becoming comfortable with this. But no, she was always comfortable with this. That's where my misunderstanding was. She was always comfortable with acting. She was not comfortable with herself. That's the difference, right? Kazuya and Chizuru are like inversions. Kazuya is not comfortable with the external world. That's kind of where I think a lot of the misunderstanding occurs between these two characters. You see Kazuya having a horrible time in the external world, and then you see Kazuya gain a sense of self-awareness in the internal world, right? And his internal is starting to crash. Before, he was having a great time in his internal world. Now his internal world is starting to kind of crash. Now Kazuya is starting to interact with the external world, and it sucks. Chizuru, in contrast, has a great time in the external world. She's okay. But the external world eventually starts like catching up to her in her own feelings, right? And it starts making her feel bad. And so basically you end up in the same spot where the external world is suffocating them and their internal world is in turn affected. They are parallels, right? So Kazuya initially, right? If you think about it for a second, Kazuya initially, when he got his driver's license, was having a great old time, right? When Kazuya first got his like provisional driver's license so he can drive on the road, he was having a great fucking time. He's doing great. Now it's the opposite. Now he's not having such a great time, right? But there is one great thing that Chizuru is there. There's one great thing that Chizuru is there. And that is getting ruined for him. As a direct parallel, you see Chizuru wanting him to see the play, but she already feels bad for it. She already feels bad for everything. Now, well, what both characters don't seem to realize here is that had they communicated properly, which again, this is why I said the kiss is a kiss of blind faith. Chizuru thought he would just come back. Had Kazuya called, he could have just been there, and neither of them could have felt guilty. But Chizuru did not account for the fact that Kazuya had trust issues. And so the kiss was built on a blind faith that lacked trust. So naturally, nothing good actually happened. However, Reiji does also show us how Kazuya wasted his time. So Chizuru could have not felt guilty about the play, but she was still felt guilty about Mami and Ruka. Do you see how Reiji like deconstructs it piece by piece? So it's like initially we start with Chizuru is having fun with the play. Then when she thinks about wanting him to see it too, she feels bad about that. So suddenly she starts feeling even worse about the play too, right? Why am I thinking about this in the studio? This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait, right? So she's not, right? She's like, focus. This defeats the purpose of making him wait. So she thinks she needs to succeed in this play so that way him waiting will be worth it. This is a misunderstanding. As a flip of that, Kazuya is the same way, right? He thinks he needs to become a better man, therefore the wait is okay. Neither like the wait, right? Neither like the wait. Mini-chan put it like that, but I don't blame her for being upset after what I did, right? It shows how Chizuru doesn't actually understand Mini. Right? It shows how Chizuru doesn't actually fully understand Mini, just as Mini does not understand Chizuru. They're parallels. They're parallels of each other. They don't get each other as we think we do, right? We thought only Mini didn't understand Chizuru. No, Chizuru doesn't understand Mini either. They're parallels, right? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she hated me for it, right? And she doesn't realize how that actually sucks. I wouldn't be surprised if she hated me for it. I told him that I couldn't date him, but after what I did, it's basically like I'm toying with him. She knows how it looks. Right? Chizuru knows exactly how it looks, and she's just kind of accepted Minnie doesn't like her. And Minnie doesn't realize this. Now notice how Chizuru never once mentions her parents. Notice how Chizuru never once mentions her parents. Minnie is like so sure it has something to do with her parents. Chizuru never once mentions her parents. It has nothing to do with them. I don't understand what Chizuru's talking about when he's giving a ticket. Is she not gonna, unless he asks for it? Or is she, oh, no. She's going to give him a ticket, period. However, the tickets are not available yet. Think chapter 243. I think this is what this directly nods back to, right? I'd be acting too spoiled if I messaged him first. After everything, I'll wait until after I give him a ticket. Now, let's go back to chapter 243. This is what this is referencing. So since you asked, let's go to it really quick. In chapter 243, Chizuru gives Kazuya the ticket. And I want you to pay attention to how she reacts and what she does. People think it's just cute. Now there's another contextualization for this scene. Right? It's Chizuru holding the fuck back. Because she's been conditioned, she needs to hold back. Is this a clean one? Are these clean scans or are these dirty scans? No, these don't look clean. No, these are old scans. Read Twitch comments too. Give me a sec. I haven't really been rating comments at all. I've just kind of been blitzing through, dude. Not even really reading the comments. I'm like occasionally glancing over at Twitch, but I'm not even like actually fully reading at the moment. If I see something interesting, I'll read it, but just give me a sec. Can you send me the editor's notes if you can? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I actually just straight up forgot. I literally just straight up forgot. Oh my god, did you guys see that? 102 comments already. Holy shit. They already have 102 comments. That's crazy. Okay, let's go here. Maybe Minnie will be the messenger for the ticket. Could be. She's been kind of the messenger for a hot minute. So Minnie being the messenger now doesn't seem too out of the question. Granted, it seems like she wants to give him the tickets herself. Okay, here's one. Oh, this one's fucking crazy. This one I don't think has anything, but I'll send it anyway. This one I don't think has anything, but I'll send it anyway. The Kazuya one. I think it's so fitting that the cover page is a puzzle for Kazuya. I think the cover page is so fitting that it's a puzzle for Kazuya, and if you solve the puzzle correctly, you'll get a set of words. Okay, maybe let's try to solve... You know, I've never done this. Let's try to solve the puzzle on stream. I've never done that. I kind of want to. Yeah, I've never done that. I feel like that would be kind of fun. Let's try to solve the puzzle on screen. The words are Ruka-chan ecchi. Oh. It's not stupid. He says ecchi. Interesting. Wait. Hold on. What are you referring to? Are you referring to right here with Ruka? I'll send this too since we got the time. Wait, are you... So for here, when Kazuya says stupid, does he say Ruka-chan ecchi or Ruka-chan stupid? The puzzle? Oh, the puzzle means Ruka-chan ecchi. Oh. Wait, that's the solution? Ruka-chan Echi? Ugh, did someone already solve it? Someone already solved it on Reddit, didn't they? Fuck. Someone already solved it on Reddit, didn't they? I solved it myself. Oh. You want to send me that solution? you want to. Let's see. The usual person who does the Kobari links is taking a break, so someone else is doing them for me this time being. Unfortunately, blah 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 is set up for them, so they've given me a link based on the Imagari for now. I've asked them to give me the blah 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 blah. Is it not available? Well, it seems there. Okay, let's just download it. Okay. Kazuya discovers bikers. The worst. The worst, dude. Bikers are the fucking worst. Too bad she demonizes herself over it. Hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys. Remember how I wrote an entire essay about abuse and people called me fucking crazy? Remember how I wrote a whole essay about abuse and people called me fucking crazy? You don't understand how goddamn validated I feel. You don't understand how goddamn validated I feel by this chapter. This chapter fucking spells it out. This chapter spells it out. I've never felt so fucking validated. I've never felt so fucking validated. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. I gotta post this on Reddit. Or not Reddit. Not Reddit. Not fucking fuck it. No, I'm gonna post it on Twitter. Fuck it. Okay. So Kazuya goes to do some laundry. Chizuru leaves. Chizuru comes back. And notice what happens. Notice what happens when Chizuru comes back. Hey, what are you doing? Scary. Just a second. Oh, what's up? Forgot something. Chizuru is hanging there, right? She's just hanging there awkwardly. She just kind of stands over. He thinks it's about he thinks it's about this, right? The nature of misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are just a normal thing. They just happen. What does she do? Here's the ticket for my upcoming play. She wants to hand it to him herself. It's specifically labeled to Kinoshita. It's specifically for him. I mean, really, it would be weird not to give it to you, right? Right, but she's blushing. Look at how she turns away. Look at how she's shy. He says, I'll go. I'll definitely go. And look at her react. Oh, she fucking loves this. Oh, she fucking loves this. By then, okay. And look at how she runs. Look at how she runs off. She keeps her hands behind her back constantly. She feels the need to hide her hands. Right? She literally feels the need to hide her hands. But look at how she runs back. She's skipping back home. She's all excited. And what does she do? She flicks her face. And she says, why can't I just simply hand it over to him? Lame. And she's essentially talking to herself here. And she's saying, like, why the fuck don't I just, why can't I be calm about this? Why am I so excited? Calm the fuck down. Right? Don't get too excited. Calm down. I'm so lame. Why can't I just do it like normal? Right? And people misinterpret this as, oh, Chizuru's just being, Chizuru's just being in denial, right? Because we talked about this when we were reacting to the 3-month time skip in the anime. People just think Chizuru's just in denial. That's the problem. She's not in denial. She knows she feels these things and she feels terrible for feeling this way. No, she knows what she feels and she feels terrible for feeling this way. She thinks I shouldn't feel this way. And what do you notice? Kazuya is freaking the fuck out. Suddenly, all these scenes where Kazuya freaks out, gets really emotional, gets very heated, get a whole new contextualization that informs this scene. What do I mean? Why is this so important? Suddenly, these things that people say Kazuya is stupid for feeling, Chizuru's feeling too. And he feels stupid for feeling this way when she feels stupid for feeling this way. You, as the reader watching this scene, fundamentally misunderstood it. Because they both feel terrible for feeling the emotions that they do. They're both freaking out, but she doesn't notice he's freaking out, just as he doesn't notice she's freaking out. He's standing normally, right? To her, he's standing normally. To us, Chizuru's standing normally. So we can't tell. They feel the same exact way. They're both freaking out. They're mirrors of each other. So just as Kazuya is like, why am I freaking out? My countdown to death has begun. He's freaking the fuck out. She gets home and she's like, why am I freaking the fuck out? I'm so stupid. Reggie was trying to spell it out for us. People didn't get it. Reggie was trying to spell it out for us. People didn't get it. So this chapter, this small insignificant chapter, acts as a direct parallel to the current events. Reiji intentionally calls back to this chapter where Chizuru first hands him the ticket, right? She did the thing where she told him about the play last time. Now, why is it called The Cat and the Girlfriend? I think that's really interesting. So, signs and directions. Okay, so the chapter literally starts with signs and directions, pedestrians and children. This thing has a cat on it. I think Reiji's trying to give us like the signs. This is what this chapter is. He's like, bitch, read the signs, you dumb motherfucker. Read the signs, you dumb motherfucker. Pay attention. Pay the fuck attention. You better goddamn learn. That's what he's doing. He's just like, bitch, I need you to pay the fuck attention. Oh, let me see if Crumpy sent me the solution. He says Ruka-chan baka. Okay, good. I was just making sure. Okay. Oh, okay. Crumpy sent me the stuff. Just one sec. Just gotta post the shenanigans on Twitter really fast. Man, it's so nice not worrying about like work or anything. I sure do like having the day off. Okay, extract. Right, so in this chapter, Mommy isn't really there for Kazuya. Mommy doesn't bother Kazuya straight up, but she shows up at the very end. I feel like that's an intentional little thing. What's going on? Why is Twitter being weird? What's wrong with this fucking website? It's like not working half the fucking time. I literally can't tell what the fuck's wrong with this website half the fucking time. All right. Okay. So let's see what Crumpy said. Crumpy sent me the shenanigans. Okay. So in the chapter, Kazuya does say Ruka Baka. In the opening page, it reads, "You understand it when you start driving for the first time, how much there is on the road." You understand it when you first start driving for the first time. Okay, so this is about, oh, how fitting. Kazuya talks about first times and Baruka does her first time thing, but then here it's literally about like learning what it means because you're actually on the road. This parallels how these people, right? So Chizuru understands something completely different from these people by doing this for the first time. Kazuya, in contrast, understands how stressful the road is by getting on it for the first time. Interesting. So there are inverted mirrors. Got it. A male's, okay, so for this one, a male's talisman just fell for off his wallet. Heart. Is it a good omen or a bad one? Next time is a sacred precinct, sanctuary, consecrated ground, holy ground. Issue that is regarded as being off limits, matter that is not up for discussion. That is usually, how do you say this phrase? Because this is usually when I hear something like that in anime and shit, I think like woman's crotch or something. I think a woman's crotch or something. When you hear that weird shit in anime, that's usually what I think of when I hear something like that. I think someone's crotch. The holy ground, the off limits. You can never go there ever, ever, ever. That's what I think of when I hear something like that. So the fact that we saw a condom and it's like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? And then mommy shows up all of the fucking sudden. Mommy, the girl who tried to have sex with him in the car. Hey, yo, what is the Ruka thumbnail big load? It's not big load. It's initial load. It's a medical term. I presented it like that on purpose. I presented the thumbnail like that on purpose. That is actually the teaser for this chapter, initial load. This is very intentional because the chapter is about this like initial burden, right? It's about this like initial burden. But then in the very end of the chapter, it all comes back around to sex. And I think Reiji knows how this sounds because this entire chapter is about sex. This entire chapter is about sex. So the fact that it comes back around like that, I do think is important. Yeah. Also, he's done so much for me. I'm sorry for being excited. I think this is easily the most important part that again people will just misunderstand. I'm sorry for being excited. I'm sorry for feeling the way that I do. I'm sorry for liking my time with you because I haven't given you enough. The initial load they bring up in the relationship, the guild. Well, not quite. Sorry, just scrolling through here. Kazuya is so absorbed. Is you trying to say absorbed in his own mind? He can't see Chizuru. Okay, fine. Since you guys wanted me to read Twitch side, just sent you the puzzle wall. Give me a sec. Hello from Twitch side. Hello Twitch side. I know you don't check it on here as on us here. I do check. I saw this already. People are gonna say this on the complete opposite as usual. People are gonna say this on the complete opposite as usual. Chizuru is blaming herself for being excited. It's guilt. Yeah. No, that's literally what I said. Guilt and trauma is eating her alive, but she still holds her head high and doing her best, even with everything on her back. Exactly. I think that's a good way to see that shot in the restroom. Right. I think that's a good way to see this shot right here in the restroom. Right. There's so much guilt on her shoulders, and oh my god, it literally looks like a brick. Oh my god, look at it. Look at her back, dude. Look at her back, dude. It's like it's a brick wall, but the shadow creates a kind of like wings. The shadows almost create like wings. But then it's like a brick wall on top of her. Love and peace. How fitting that what Kazuya does for Chizuru is create a sense of peace. So love and peace is a very interesting set of words. The fact that it's on Chizuru now means Chizuru is the one who's going to save him. Dark wings. Kind of? Crippled wings, maybe? Stifled wings because of the walls? We're not accounting for the walls. I do think it's interesting how, like, these connect directly to that. There's, like, an interesting triangle shape. I don't know why he's going for that. And then the toilet paper right here. All stacked too far to one side. The toilet paper is stacked too far to one side. There's no toilet paper on this side. It's uneven, which I think matches how she believes she's taking too much. The brick wall, the restroom. Interesting. Love and peace. Think of Trigun, lol. I haven't seen Trigun in ages. I saw the new one from Studio Orange, but it looked really different from the original Trigun I saw. So I don't know how different it actually is. Fallen Angel? Kinda, yeah. By the way, I'm like hesitant to write this. You guys, okay, who remembers how in Hawaiians there was a lot of Christianity symbolism? In particular, the cross. I don't know who remembers that. Like Chizuru goes to a church when they first go to Hawaiians. Chizuru is dressed as a nun and she's holding the cross. Yeah, it's because Chizuru literally gets crucified. In the anime, you remember what Chizuru is? She's a vine princess. She's a princess surrounded by vines. Her crown literally looks like it's made of roses with vines. The story Reishi is referencing in Hawaiians is how Venus or Aphrodite, when she ran to her lover, stepped on the vine of a rose, and that blood made the rose red. Now, who remembers what they made Jesus wear when he was crucified? That's right, a crown of thorns. In the anime, when they're showing Chizuru, she's literally wearing. She's the only one out of everyone who wears a crown, and it looks like it's made of thorns because they fucking crucify her like Jesus. What did they say about, like, if you go back, why they crucify Jesus? Because he's not actually royalty. They bring him down from his they bring him down because they don't believe he's royalty, so they give him a crown of thorns. They make him they degrade him, they humiliate him, all in the name of making him look terrible. They literally drag the Son of God down, just as Chizuru is called a princess, an angel, a Venus, and she's literally dragged the fuck down by mommy and made to look like a terrible person. Yeah, whether indirectly or not, I think Reiji was comparing Chizuru to, not say comparing, but like striking a parallel between how Jesus was crucified and how Chizuru was crucified. I don't think he's literally saying she is Jesus, but I think it's like the idea of how they holified her. They made her into this god, and then they're the ones who tear her down, bring her down. Chizuru drinks a glass of wine. Who makes water into wine? Jesus. Interesting. When does Chizuru drink wine? When does Chizuru drink wine? Chizuru's finally gonna moonwalk on water. Well, the two comparisons Reishi strikes with Chizuru is Venus and Jesus. Which, by the way, if you guys don't know, in the Bible, if I recall correctly, in the Bible, Jesus calls himself the morning star, which is sometimes associated with Lucifer too, which is kind of funny. But Jesus refers to himself as like the morning star, or someone refers to him as the morning star. If you don't know what that means, Venus is the morning star. Venus is the dawn star and the morning star. So Venus literally has an association with Jesus. Kazuya calls Chizuru Venus in that arc. Her hair is straight up from like modern Venus liturgy, or not modern, like not Victorian. What's the other one? I think Renaissance, like Renaissance era Venus. That's pretty much what I found. Like, I found this like crazy fucking comparison, and then when I dug into it, I'm like, what the actual fuck? Wow, okay, suddenly that makes a lot of sense. Suddenly that makes a lot of fucking sense. Also Lucifer Morningstar. Well, yeah, but like, yeah, I do recall, like, in some point in the Bible, Jesus was like called the morning star. But then Lucifer was also later called the morning star. So it's like morning star is often, I think that idea is important too. This idea that like Lucifer is named the morning star, but so is Jesus. So which one is Chizuru? Is she Lucifer or is she Jesus? She's neither. She's neither. That's the idea. She's not Jesus. She's not Lucifer. She's just this person who was either deified or demonized. And in turn, she was vilified. And she, you know, like she's just this normal person who was turned into a princess. And they thrust these roles upon her. And so Chizuru had to choose between being their morning star or their morning star. I think maybe that's the idea. I, Jesus, have sent my angel to give to you the testament for the churches. I am the root of the offsprings of David and the bright morning star. It's in Revelation 22:16. Oh, cool. Someone remembers the Bible. Yeah. So yeah, for those who don't know, Venus is referred to as the morning star because it's like one of the it's actually as a guiding star for people. back in the day because it helped them see where to go and stuff like that. That's why Venus is associated with Ishtar, Aphrodite, and Venus from Roman times, because that is where like those goddesses are particularly connected to each other. They're all like technically the same goddess, yet a completely different goddess. Ishtar technically being the first, um, and then Venus itself. For those who don't know, so stars have like a pattern. For those who don't know, when Venus, the star in the sky, moves, it actually forms a rose. It literally forms a rose when it moves in the sky. Yeah. And what's Chisler's play called First Venus? And you see roses. You see roses and vines. But what I do find fascinating is we don't see thorns. We do see vines, though. Dude. It gives the feeling that Mami was actually right in judging Chizuru's character. What? No? It makes no sense for her to feel guilty about Mami. Exactly. That's the fucking point. Because she shouldn't feel guilty about Mami, yet she does. Why? Because she was fucking abused. Your abuser wants you to feel guilty for them. That's what fucking happens. Jesus Christ. People have like no fucking social awareness. People have like no fucking social awareness. Jesus fucking Christ. It looks like she's holding back on how birds fold their wings. It looks like that's what she's doing. Oh, maybe another way we could look at this scene is like her wings are being locked up. Right? Maybe she's like closing her wings. She's literally put in a corner. She's literally closing her wings, right? So she's literally holding back. Where does she do this? She does this in where does she do this? She does this in the restroom. She literally locks herself up. She closes herself up. Chizuru is giving a tragic, ethereal glow. She's also has the aura of a goddess or an angel that's been brought low, right? She's been dragged down, which is how Kazuya always views her. But she's positioned below the light source. Oh, you're right. She is below the light source. That's a good catch. She's literally positioned below the light source. Okay. Looking down into the darkness. She's descending from her untouchable pedestal into the messy, chaotic world of human emotions. I don't know about that second one. I like that idea that she's positioned below the light. The light like barely reaches her. Maybe that's another way we can look at it. The light like barely reaches Chizuru. She's positioned below it. I don't know if she's descend. I don't know if I would call this descending from her untouchable pedestal into the messy, chaotic world of humans. I don't know about that. I think she's rather being dragged down. Like she literally can't express these emotions outwards. That's more what it is. She's literally, oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm stupid. She's caged up. Oh, she's caged up. Look at the pattern. It's like a cage. She's literally caging up her emotions. Oh, stupid. It's right there. It's visually right there. She's literally caging up her emotions. Yeah, dragged down, chained down. Yeah, I think that's more fitting. She's literally chained down. You don't see her hands. I think that's very intentional. She doesn't need to be in the restroom. She just goes there. Yeah, so I think more fittingly, she's chained down. She's tied down. Right? Because, like, look at how she looks here. Right? Unchained. What are you noticing? What are you noticing? What are we seeing, gang? I hope we're seeing the same thing, gang. She's a cat in her carrier. She's a cat in her carrier. She's literally been put in a cat box. It is a cat that has been chained up, domesticated. It's not free. It's not outside. It doesn't get to be itself. It's chained down. It's locked up. She's literally in a box. Minnie's cat box, a literal box. Chizuru's cat box, a fucking toilet. Yeah. That's literally the idea. She's literally in a cat box like a toilet. Or sorry, like a cat. Right? Where do your home cats go to the bathroom? In a box. She's literally in a cat box. And she willingly walks into the cat box. Yeah. So she's not a free cat that gets to go outside. She's a cat that has to go back into its box. Right? She's not a cat that can express itself. She is a cat that is limited and boxed up. I commented on you that she is in a cage. I don't get when Chizuru rejected Kazuya. She said she can't bring herself to forgive mommy what she did. That doesn't make sense to it. Is it trauma? No, it's a paradox. It's a paradox. It's the thing I was describing before. It's a paradox. Chizuru can't forgive mommy. In contrast, she feels guilty about mommy. Which is the real emotion? The fact that Chizuru can't forgive mommy, or the fact that Chizuru feels guilty about mommy? Check YouTube. How far back am I going? Okay, can I like search? I don't know, man. I don't know where to find it. If you want, just copy paste it. If you want, just copy paste it. Shizuru's cat box is made of glass, and Kazuya the vampire is the one who's trapping her. Are you referencing 364? I don't know if it's made of glass, but Kazuya is not the one who's trapping her. It's Mami and Ruka. Kazuya is not the one who's trapping her. It's Mami and Ruka, and Kazuya doesn't know this. Minnie and Kazuya merely facilitate it. Minnie and Kazuya merely facilitate it. They are perpetuating a cycle. Kazuya is not the actual cage. Kazuya is merely facilitating Chizuru going back into the cage, if you will. Mami and Ruka are the actual cage. Mami and Ruka are the actual cage. So to speak, Kazuya has to save her. They have to save each other. I think that's a misunderstanding we've both created. They have to save each other, but for realsies. And Hawaiians, they saved each other, but not from the real tragedy. That's the problem. And Hawaiians, they saved each other, but like not from the other tragedy. There's another tragedy at play here, and this is the tragedy that they must be saved from in order to truly move forward. They can't move forward unless they address this unspoken tragedy. I think that's where the misunderstanding is occurring here for a lot of people. I think they're kind of missing the point of Kazi has to save her, Chizuru has to save him. No, they have to save each other. They have to save each other. They need each other because they have to realize that the pain they've been through is the same. It may not look the same, but it is the same. So no, Chizuru's cat box is not made of glass, and Kazuya is not the vampire who's trapping her. Chizuru is. I think you actually have to look at that scene exactly what it is. Chizuru thinks she is trapped under the glass. She's not. She's acting. Kazuya is not actually the vampire. He's merely playing a role, right? He's merely the picture on the wall. He's not actually a vampire, nor is Chizuru actually trapped, right? Neither character is trapped by any particular role. They've just been conditioned that they are. It's literally like being a victim. When you're a victim, there is a sad truth to the situation. The abuser has convinced you you are powerless. The abuser wants to convince you that you are powerless. That is what they want. Something that sometimes comes with being a victim is that they trick you into powerlessness. Sometimes you believe it too. You know, you believe you're powerless. There comes a level of victimization, and that's why we need help. You know, because we don't know how to escape that on our own. You know, you need other people to escape that cycle that your mind has trapped you in. And that your abuser has trapped you in. So that's I think what Reiji is setting up here. Chizuru's shirt says love and peace, and yet there is no peace. Did you notice that? There is a lot of love, but there sure is no peace. And I think that's very intentional as a direct callback to Hawaiians when we first saw these exact words, love and peace, right? It was from Kazuya's side, right? Everyone wants love and peace, but love and peace are not so easily attracted. There's rather a lot of Chizuru's mind is rooted in conflict. So they need to save each other, just like Leon and Grace in RE9. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, she's literally a cat in her cat box, or in her litter, if you will. Right? She's a cat in her litter box. There we go. She's a cat in her litter box. It's even open from the top, just like a litter box is open from the top. And the light doesn't reach inside. Damn. It's like all there. Oh, I forgot. Crumpy sent me the solution. Okay. So the letters are... No. Better move myself here. The letters are this, 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 and this, and that means Ruka Echi. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Kind of looks like a clown. I guess let's look at it again. Yeah, kinda. Not really, but kinda. Here, I'll save it for now. We're just really good at understanding how the psychology of a victim works. The fact that Chizuru, the victim, feels the need to apologize to Mommy, the abuser, is so accurate in real life. And isn't that mirroring exactly like how Kazuya feels the need to apologize to Chizuru for being fucking assaulted? And deep down, like Chizuru, he knows that that's Ruka is the one who assaulted him, because he subconsciously says it. In the first chapter where Kazuya is first assaulted, in like 405 or something, he subconsciously says like what Ruka did was assault, and the words like he says are like really close to assault in Japanese, like straight up. In that same way, Chizuru says, "I can't forgive Mommy, son, because somewhere there she knows Mommy is kind of the problem." right? She knows somewhere deep down mommy's the problem, and yet she also feels the need to apologize to her. This is kind of important for Chizuru's character to both see mommy accurately, yet also somewhat kind of forgive her, right? See the fact that she's done horrible things, but also see how mommy is trapped in her own way. I'm curious about this particular shot. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Give me a sec. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of an inverted scene, which again is connected to Ruka. Give me a sec, gang. It's like 100 something. Aha. Reminds me of this. Not quite the same, mind you. She is shadowed. She's being illuminated. And then you look here. Wait, oh, I know what this also. Oh. I have a better comparison. That's a good comparison, but I have a better one. That's a good comparison, but I have another one. Ooh. I have another one that's actually even better. I have one that's even better. Hold on, gang. Let's open a better quality one. Yeah, this one's better quality. Okay, we're gonna go to. Do we see the similarities, friends? Are we seeing the similarities, friends? Look at this. It looks so similar. One is completely in light, one is totally in shadow. One you see her hands, one you don't see her hands. One that has absolutely no background, one has the bathroom in the background. She's even wearing the same exact thing on her hair. Bro. I want you to think I'm cute. I'm sorry for being excited. They lead into each other. I want you to think I'm cute. I'm sorry for being excited. The words quite literally lead into each other. The hidden Chizuru. You're seeing the hidden one, the one you weren't seeing in the date. Damn, that's so cool. What's she sorry for being excited over the play so much? Don't apologize for that. She's a victim. This is guilt. This is trauma. She's sorry because she has been conditioned to be sorry for feeling good. Right? Haven't a lot of you been conditioned to feel sorry for feeling good or feeling excited or feeling happy? You shouldn't feel this way. You don't be happy. You're bad for feeling happy. This is a very common thing. Heck, here. For some dudes who maybe there are some dudes in the chat. When you beat your meat, weren't there? I don't know. I hope this isn't still a thing for many of you. But wasn't there a point when you probably felt terrible for beating your meat? You're like, oh, I feel terrible for doing this. Right? There's a lot of instances in life where you are essentially conditioned to feel terrible for feeling good. And you shouldn't feel that way. But you're conditioned for it. Women feel the same way too. There are a lot of women who are conditioned to feel terrible for feeling good or being excited or being happy or feeling joy. Sometimes that actually directly comes from this sense of abuse, the stigma, the shame that Mami and Ruka threw at Chizuru. It's about the shame and stigma that was thrown at these characters. Why is the fake ending of Rent a Girlfriend trending again? I've been seeing it on IG and Twitter again. I don't see anything. Huh. Kana, in response to the chapter, she's the character designer for the anime, said, It's all true that I can't just act on it's all too true that I can't just act on impulse. I have to think about how my actions might affect the people around me. This is both in reference to Kazuya driving and in reference to Chizuru. Cool. And she also said the latest chapter of the original Kanokari story. Excitement. I don't see anything. Trending. I don't see anything. Entertainment. Mushoku Tensei, Gachi Kuta, Bleach, Dante and Virgil. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, nothing. There is something, I ain't seeing it. Maybe it's because like I've just kind of disassociated. Like I've created a bit of a distance from this stuff. Water providers will no longer have to test for filter or for pollutants in the United States. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck is this administration doing? Sure, just kill us, I guess. That's fine. Let's kill us, I guess. That's cool. All is chill. Yeah, I don't see anything. I did a good scroll. Nothing popped up. There was nothing on the trending thing. Maybe it's just a few people posting it and talking about it. Okay. So sorry, let me go back to reading what everybody is saying. Damn, that caught me off guard. Holy shit, no, the words to you, do you trolling? I've seen AI ending of Rag is hilarious. I'll pass on watching any AI nonsense, thanks. I've seen enough of that shit to be already kind of bleh. So let's see. Dude, why okay, so we heard this. Why are you projecting? How was I projecting? I don't think you understand how projecting works. I don't think you understand how projecting works. I'm just relating. When you project onto someone, you are literally seeing yourself and what you want to see in them. You're not seeing that person at all. You're merely seeing yourself in that person, or you're seeing your own experiences in that person. That's what projecting is. When you make a comparison like that, that's not projecting. I don't know if you're joking. I just wanted to clear that up. I think I'm more the type to feel joy and feel scared about what will happen later or to balance it out, but I think I get it. Well, yes, there is stuff like that. There's that fear from feeling joy, that anxiety that comes from it, mostly because you might have been burned in the past, you know? Maybe you were burned in the past for feeling this joy. And so now that you're feeling good and you're happy, you're like, okay, but where's the catch? Where's the catch? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the fucking catch. I'm waiting for the part that tells me, oh no, here, okay, there it is. There it is. Not that tells me like, okay, this joy is short lived, you know, something like that. Um, maybe it's just my fuck up feed then, lol. Your fucked up feed could be. I have filtered out my feed, so that could be a part of it. I've absolutely filtered out my feed. It's kind of a double-edged sword. On one hand, I don't get nearly as much as the stuff I want to, like when people talking about Rent a Girlfriend in a positive way. On the other, I also don't get any negative posts, which is kind of a fucking win. Here, let me see. Sorry, gang. Just give me a sec. I'm just checking some stuff. Nope, don't see much. Whole lot of nothing. I just went to check the usual subjects. Man, I didn't see much. Okay, so that's that. Let's see. There's a lot of toilet paper though. Does that mean we got a lot more to clean up? Could be. There's a decent amount of toilet paper. Chizuru wants to know how Kazuya sees her and that he also thinks she's cute. Yeah. Chizuru said that she would stop being a rental girlfriend if she were to have a boyfriend. And now she's in theater play. Does Chizuru continue her rental girlfriend service off screen? Probably. Peter looks like he's in a cage standing still, even though he's outside. Yeah, kinda. And then mommy shows up. I like that mommy's wearing all black. And she's also nobody's mentioning this. Nobody's mentioning this. And I find it really interesting. Mommy's stalking him. Not a single person has mentioned this. Mommy's stalking him. Not a midpoint in the story. We're at a midpoint in the current narrative. No, you missed my point. I think you misunderstood. I'm not saying we're in the midpoint of the whole story. I'm saying we're at the midpoint of the current arc. That's all. That's all I'm saying. We've hit the midpoint / turning point of the current arc, not the midpoint of the story. We're not in the midpoint of the story. I don't think so. I don't think we're in the midpoint of this story. I can't even tell where we are, to be frank. Because if they start dating and it keeps going, great. But if they start dating and it ends, I'll be disappointed. I think we're almost at the dating portion. I don't think it's gonna end, but no, I just mean we're at the midpoint of the current story, right? Because of that parallel to what JoJo was saying, where we can show it later. Maybe I can read it again, but yeah, nobody's pointed out how Mommy has essentially been stalking Kazuya, but it's cute because she's just at the same school, except she copied his schedule. She's following him around and she's always looking at him, and she's literally fucking stalking him. But it's okay with us because we have this, because Kazuya doesn't seem bothered by it, right? Mommy is the flip of Ruka. Because Kazuya is not immediately bothered by Mommy and she's not doing anything immediately negative. It's okay that she's stalking him, right? It's okay that she's stalking him, right? Because she's not immediately doing anything negative, right? Except, no, we said this before, she's this goddamn abuser. So I think what Reiji is doing is like, okay, he showed us how Kazuya feels guilt for Ruka, and then he shows us how Chizuru feels guilt for Mommy and Ruka. We're like, okay, Mommy hasn't done anything to Kazuya yet. She's about to. She's fucking about to. She's about to make him feel really guilty for something. He's gonna feel the need to apologize to her, and I think it's gonna be connected, or might possibly be an inverse of what happened before. So, with Mommy says, Mommy essentially calls her a back alley whore, and she says, "What do you work for? A brothel?" and shit like that. Just shut the fuck up, right? Stupid fucking idiot. In contrast, Ruka says, "It's too late to say you regret now. You're the one who made me Kazuya's girlfriend." Okay, so now it's flipped. Ruka is doing the sexual stuff, right? Ruka is kind of doing the sexual stuff to Kazuya. So maybe with Mommy, we could see it as Mommy is like, it's too late to say you regret it now. Whatever it is, right? Or maybe we'll get a flip of that, right? Maybe we'll get a flip of that, where instead of regret, maybe he starts feeling regret over Mommy. Maybe Mommy does something and she makes him feel regret over the relationship or something, like he fucked up or something, right? So I could see Mommy introducing regret for Kazuya, whereas Mommy for Chizuru was guilt, right? Mommy for Chizuru was guilt. Ruka for Chizuru was regret. Now maybe flip it over. It's guilt for both, but there's a guilt and regret for both, you know. But for I could see Mommy introducing the regret for Kazuya. Wow, look at the cage, dude. She's so in a cage. I'm so lucky he even asked me out again. I don't think I'm someone all that special. I think that line is really important. She doesn't think she's all that special, and she's literally all caged up, and she literally doesn't notice how she is special in her acting. Whereas everyone else is having a hard fucking time, she's having a great old time. She doesn't notice how she's special, how everyone is special in their own way, right? When you're so busy looking at yourself and thinking you're not special, you don't see how special you actually are. It acts as an inversion of Kazuya, where externally he's nothing special and he doesn't think he's special when he is special, just as Chizuru doesn't see how special she is. Everyone is special in their own way, right? Kazuya doesn't see how special he is and why everyone is attracted to him. In that same way, Chizuru doesn't see how special she is and why Kazuya is attracted to her. And why, like, someone like Umi might be attracted to her. So I think that's kind of interesting. There are 4 toilet papers. Maybe it's because Kazuya, Ruka, Chizuru, Mommy. Well, actually, wait, is it 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 because Chizuru's number is 4. The number of death. A cage because she can't escape her own thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, these are a cage of her own thoughts. I'd be acting too spoiled if I messaged him first. I'll wait until later to give him a ticket. Now we also get an explanation for why Chizuru has not been messaging him. Now we've also got an explanation for why Chizuru has not been messaging him, right? Didn't this chapter essentially give you like all these answers you were like itching for? Why isn't Chizuru texting? Why isn't Chizuru doing this? Why isn't Chizuru doing that? The chapter like lays it out for you. She's not texting because she feels like she'd be spoiled if she texted him first. So she's constantly holding back, right? Even though texting him might be the right solution, but she doesn't think so because she doesn't think she's special. She doesn't think she deserves it. So she holds back constantly. This also informs right here what we said before. Do you guys remember when we read this chapter with Umi? Where, remember how Chizuru texts Umi to meet him only to reject him. So then right after, Kazuya calls her and she literally says right here, I'm so lucky he even asked me out again. Because guess what? She probably thought to herself, maybe he was about to reject me again. Right? She doesn't see how he's not going to like give up on her and how he sees her. She's just like, I'm a terrible person. He doesn't like me. I'm lucky to even be asked out again. I'm so fucking lucky. Holy shit. Right? Everyone is like, Chizuru doesn't see how lucky she is. Here's Chizuru literally saying, I'm so fucking lucky. Holy shit. Right? Remember when we were reading these chapters? People were like, oh, Chizuru's not going to get how fucking lucky she is. She doesn't understand how fucking lucky she is. Kazuya's going to move on with someone else and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, are you guys fucking idiots? Are you guys fucking idiots? She literally knows exactly how lucky she is. Like that was like the dumb bullshit where it's like, oh, she doesn't realize how lucky she is. I'm like, are you fucking idiots? Of course she does. She feels fucking terrible. And it literally shows how people just don't empathize with women. Like a lot of the times people just don't empathize with a lot of women because women look a certain way and it's just easier to hate them. It's the same with Chizuru, where it's like sometimes we just don't want to empathize with people. You see it with Kazuya too. Who are we kidding, right? It's just the way that we don't empathize with women is not quite the same way that we don't empathize with men. I think maybe that's where that's where like I'm getting at here. The way we don't empathize with women isn't quite the same in the way that we don't empathize with men. With men, we don't empathize with them. I noticed, this is just an observation. I don't know if this is a fact. This is just an observation from me. With men, I've noticed the way we don't empathize with them tends to come from a place of strength. It tends to come from a place of strength. Usually that's where it's rooted in, whether it be emotional strength, visual strength, physical strength, stuff like that. That's kind of where a lot of like the general populace tends to not relate to or understand men. You know, look at them in a very like surface level way. With women, at least the way I've noticed it, the way we don't tend to empathize with women is purely just on the actionable sense. You know, we tend to not with women. It just purely tends to be on the actionable sense. So it's like we don't notice how like what a woman says or what a woman does. Like surface level. There we go. Like we kind of look purely at the surface level, and like we don't look deeper in. With men, it's like the inversion. Where what I mean by that is that we judge them purely by the surface level. And the inside doesn't matter. Whereas with women, we're just kind of ignoring the inside. I'm making it sound like it's the same exact thing, but I'm trying to point out how it's like inverted. Where like for men, the inside doesn't matter. Their outside has to succeed. For the women, they're judged by their outside and their inside is ignored. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm like wording it right. I hope I'm trying to get my point across. Maybe I'm just wording it weird, but that's kind of just how I've noticed it. It's like the way men are treated is just as an inversion of how women are treated. And we don't see them the same way. Like it ultimately just loops back to the same fucking thing. We don't see people. We're so busy judging them. But like but the stigma around the genders is what I'm trying to focus on. I'm saying we judge people all the same. It's just the stigma around the genders is how people go about looking at things. And then that, of course, bleeds into different aspects in the LGBTQ plus community, that bleeds into that in different ways. It's not a man-woman thing. Empathy looks like a luxury. No. I'm saying how empathy is expressed, right? I'm saying how empathy is expressed based on your gender. And what people tend to fixate on in terms of empathy and how empathy is expressed outwards and or not expressed. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm trying to point out. You're right. It's not a man-woman thing. Empathy is a general human thing that we all experience. All I'm talking about is how it's expressed for the genders. At least the two base the two base genders. There's of course like a whole bunch of other ones, but the two base genders and how those are expressed. For that, it's a little different. But like empathy as a whole is for everyone. That's what I mean, right? It is kind of, it's not so much treated as a luxury as it is just something we're not like appreciating. You'll often hear people like not feel empathy for others just because they feel anger and frustration. Our culture is very deeply rooted in that anger and frustration rather than like the connection and empathy and connection to other people, because empathy is so much harder these days. Question, Johan, but don't all these flashbacks actually prove that she really is valuable? You don't view it that way. She doesn't view it that way. She views it as, I owe him something. Listen to what she says. He has done so much for me. She feels like she owes him. Not that she's not valuable. She doesn't get why he views her as valuable. Now, there's a difference between someone valuing you and you valuing yourself. I think that's the misunderstanding. There is a difference between you valuing yourself as a person and someone else valuing you. That's the key thing here. She doesn't value herself as a person in the same way that Kazuya does. She values her passion for acting. And that in of itself is a value of herself, but that's where like the disassociation occurs. It's like this contrast between the feeling that she values in acting and the joy and excitement she feels from acting and how her eyes fucking sparkle versus how she expresses that outwards. That's the contrast. Chizuru does not know what love is, so she doesn't value these feelings that she doesn't associate with love, and rather she associates with guilt. But she knows who she is. So when it comes to acting, she absolutely values that. But she feels shame and stigma, so she hides it. With Kazuya, with her feelings of love, she doesn't know these feelings, so she hides them. She doesn't know these feelings, she doesn't understand them, so she doesn't value them. She thinks these feelings are wrong. Right? When the feeling is something she understands and she like knows what it is, and she doesn't feel stigma or shame for it, she values it. When she doesn't know what it is and she feels stigma and shame for it, she doesn't value it. That's the nuance. I think the problem is like you're treating Chizuru like she's a singular thing when a person is a very layered, complex set of emotions. It's ironic Chizuru has low self-esteem. Society is constantly reminding her how beautiful and special she is, and that would boost anyone's ego. It's the opposite for Chizuru. Because I wrote this when we were talking about 218. I have a perfect sentence for you. I have a perfect sentence for you. Invisible. Kazuya and Chizuru are reversed mirrors of each other. Chizuru is invisible because she is the center of attention. Thus, no one sees who she really is, just the sexy girl on the outside, while no one sees Kazuya in his shadows, a back note that everyone claims to love while ignoring. Inversions. Chizuru being the center of attention is exactly the problem. No one actually sees her. They just see her body. They just see the sexy girl. They don't actually see her. She is invisible. This parallels exactly what I showed you earlier. This. And this. Outside, inside. The invisible girl on the inside. No one sees that. In contrast, no one sees Kazuya, period. So Kazuya needs to be centered? Not necessarily, but yes. This is the beauty of how this shot is drawn. Look at where he is. He is literally in the center between them. He is in the center of the picture and he's in shadow. She is in the center of the picture and she is in shadow. Kazuya is in the center of the picture. Kazuya literally is in the center of the picture and he's invisible. Chizuru is in the center of the picture, but not the picture she wants to be in. You get it? That's the problem. Kazuya is the center, but he's invisible in the center. Right? His family doesn't look at him. Not a single person here looks at him. Every single person looks at Chizuru here, but no one actually sees her. She's not being seen by the one person who wants to actually look at her. Kazuya is in the center of the picture, but his family doesn't look at him. They look everywhere else. He stands in the center and he's invisible. She stands in the center of the wrong picture. So Kazuya is invisible in his own picture. Kazuya is in the center, but he's invisible in his own picture. Because, what is he? He is the protagonist. This is his story. And he doesn't matter. He is the protagonist. This is his story. And he doesn't matter. He is a footnote to everyone, even the readers. That is the tragedy of Kazuya's character. That is what people don't see. To them, he is still just a footnote. In contrast, all Chizuru is the sexy girl. That everyone else sees, but no one actually sees him. His or their story. Well, Kazuya is the protagonist. Chizuru is, I would say, like the deuteragonist or the secondary main character. But this is Kazuya's story. But he's a footnote in the story. And I think that's a brilliant writing maneuver as a contrast to Chizuru, who is the center of everyone's story. But not the story she wants to be the center in. And now she feels guilty for being the center. Now Chizuru feels guilty for being in the center of the picture. Right? Chizuru feels guilty for being in the center of the picture. His or their story. I mean, to be fair, it is their story. It's their story, but he is the protagonist. That's all I'm saying. Like Kazuya is the protagonist of this story. Chizuru is either the secondary protagonist or just like the second lead. But it is ultimately his story. It's their story, but he's like the first character. And I think Reishi's just saying they're the ones that matter. But I think that's thematically fitting when you like pick up the volumes. Right? When you pick up like one of the volumes, like what do you see? Chizuru on the cover, Kazuya on the back. Kazuya is always on the back. Always. Without question, Kazuya is always on the back. However, Reishi doesn't view it as a bad thing. The problem is Kazuya kind of views it as a bad thing. And in that way, it's becoming a bad thing. Chizuru is on the cover and she hates being on the cover. She feels terrible being in the cover. Kazuya hates being in the back. But in that same way, just because you're in that role, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's how you perceive it and what you do with it and how you use it. You know? Kazuya being in the back isn't necessarily a bad thing. If anything, think of it like this. He's in every single volume cover without question. In the back, every time. He's in the back of every single volume cover, regardless of who is in the front. Think of it like that. Kazuya technically has more volume covers than every single female character combined. Every single volume, he is on the back without question. You don't see that very often. You don't see a fully drawn, fully realized picture of the protagonist on the back every single time. That's 45 volumes of Kazuya on the back. Do you see how you could literally flip the meaning? Right? It's both a negative thing and a positive thing. It's a negative thing in that he's kind of treated as a footnote by his family and the people around him. It's a positive thing in that it's his story. He is in more chapters than any other character, period. It is his story. And I think that's what makes it really cool. It's like it has a double meaning. That's a very good analysis. And also Kazuya's treated like a sex toy by Ruka and gets tossed in his own home like garbage doll. He's a literal joke in his own story. Exactly. Yeah, we already talked about this before. He's literally treated like a doll, which by the way, it's funny you mentioned that. What did we say in the Sumi chapters? Sumi is called a walking doll. And then Reiji shows a literal doll parade in a glass case, and he shows both Sumi and Kazuya sitting next to each other as if they're literally dolls. In their own world, they are dolls enacting a play. And then right after, Kazuya literally becomes a doll to Ruka. In contrast, Chizuru probably feels like a doll. Right? She probably feels like she's just a doll, like she's just horny and stupid. And I think this contrast between this, where she's literally glowing, and the way she looks here is really important. I think the contrast between these two shots is really important. I still feel like I haven't fully figured out this shot. I feel like this shot is the crux of this chapter. I feel like this particular shot is the crux of this chapter. I don't feel like I understand this lighting very well. I feel like I haven't really pieced together the intent of this lighting very well. Everyone has said their own interpretation. We've figured out some interpretive reasoning, but something about this light, I don't know. It's like, oh, you know what this looks like? Oh, you know what this looks like? This looks like an inversion of a light being cast on someone. You know how when a light casts on someone, it looks like this, right? It opens up like this, right? This is how you cast a light on someone. Here, the light looks like this. The light is coming outwards. Rather than a light being cast on her, it's like the light is coming out of her. It's like the light is leaving her. And the way it's like closing up is really interesting. I still feel like that's not enough. I feel like I'm almost there, but give me a sec. Light. Yeah, look at that. So look at this. How a light shines on someone. This is from the opening, right? How a light shines on someone. A research that should not exist yet still does. A perfect mirror of rental. How Chizuru wishes to find her love for Kazuya despite it literally being in front of her. She just can't see it as she is unseen. We need a light to see. We need a light on us to see others. Right? Here, doesn't it look like the light is going away from Chizuru? The light is literally not on her. She's in shadows. The light is literally not cast on her. She's not... It's like she's the inversion of the center. She is in the center page, and yet the light is not literally shining on her. It just happens to be touching her. Okay, I think that's my interpretation of this. The light is not actually shining on Chizuru. The light is like up here, and it just happens to be touching her, and she's just happy to be touched. She's just happy the light is touching her. She just happens to be aligned like this with the light. She's just getting lucky. Okay, that's my interpretation of this scene. She's getting lucky. She just happens to be getting touched by the light like this. She's not the center of the attention. Right? She's just getting lucky. She didn't earn this. She doesn't think she earned this. So she just happens to be getting the light on her, and this mirrors her words. I want him to see it too. As the light happens to touch her, happens to highlight just a bit of her feelings, not all of it. As she is invisible, I want him to see the play too, as she herself is invisible, because what does she want? She wishes to be seen, and she doesn't realize it. You're getting a little illumination of what she actually feels, and these words are intentionally hidden away in the shadows. These words literally are hidden away in the shadows as a mirror to how you're only getting a glimpse. You're not actually seeing her, you're getting a glimpse of her. The light just so happens to be touching her a little bit. But the path is starting to open. Right? The path just so happens to start opening. Literally, your eyes are starting to open. This is a visual representation of where we are in the arc. Your eyes are starting to open, and you're starting to realize you're in a cage. Just as, what did Jojo Maniacal say when we were reading that analysis for when he was talking about the road trip? In the road trip, when the path Kazuya chose, you go underground and you go through a tunnel vision. Right? Doesn't this kind of look like tunnel vision? Right? The way this is how you see. Like, have you guys... Okay, this is an interesting one. Who here has played Metal Gear? Who here has played Metal Gear? When you look in the map in Metal Gear, they show you the guard's line of sight in the map. So if you look in the little map, it shows you the guard's line of sight, and it literally looks like a cone. Something is literally out of your line of sight. Right? Something is literally out of your line of sight. So this kind of mirrors that. It's line of sight. That's kind of what that looks like. It's line of sight. And it's starting to kind of open up. Think of this like Plato's cave. She's in Plato's cave. That's what this is. You and Chizuru are in Plato's cave. You're only seeing the shadow. You're not seeing the truth. You're literally in Plato's cave. You're not seeing the truth. You're only seeing the shadows. Right? You don't understand what this means. You're looking at this and you don't know what this means. You're in Plato's cave. Right? Just as like I was saying, I was having a hard time understanding what this meant. Because the idea behind it is that it's merely a glimpse. You're merely glimpsing a shadow. Right? We're literally just peeking into the shadow. It's like by luck. It's sheer dumb luck. We're glimpsing into the shadow. We're not actually fully seeing Chizuru. Where's the light up here? The light is up here. She looks away from the light. She bows down into the darkness. The light is all up there. This acts as a flip of this. Where is she? She is yet again in darkness. But the light is starting to shine on her. You're starting to get a little bit of a glimmer. Right? Kazuya is behind her. She's outside in the darkness. And yet the light is shining on her a little bit. She's starting to glow just a little bit, like the cosmos. In contrast to this. Right? She's now hidden in the shadow. The light doesn't even reflect off of her. Right? Here, the light at least reflects off of her. She's in the afterglow, if you will. Right? She wanted him to say that he liked hers more. But she's in the afterglow and she kind of like wishes she got to hear it. And she feels a little guilty for wanting to hear it, but she didn't mind. She just says, phew. You know? She's in a bit more denial here, but she's feeling it. It's literally glowing off of her. Here, the light can't even touch her. It shouldn't touch her. She doesn't think the light should touch her. The light is not allowed to touch her. She must stay in her cave. So naturally, what is happening here, this is Chizuru chained to her wall, chained up to her cage. She is in her little cat box, chained away into the restroom. This is where she has to be. This is where she gets to express her emotions. Where did Ruka and Mommy confront her? Both Ruka and Mommy confronted her in the restroom. Ruka confronted her in her home and in the restroom. Mommy confronted her mostly in the restrooms. She's literally designated to the darkness. Whereas when we go to Kazuya, he's not darkened out, but he is in the restroom. He is specifically in the men's restroom. I think that's really important. I think it's really interesting that he's specifically designated to the men's restroom, whereas Chizuru goes to the unison restroom. We see him in shadows, but not because he wants to be in shadows, but because he literally doesn't realize the truth. He's not actually in shadows. Right? You actually see Kazuya mostly in light. You start with Chizuru. So when we start with Kazuya in the beginning. Okay. Chizuru starts in light and drags herself into shadow. Kazuya is the opposite. Kazuya starts in light and doesn't notice when he sinks to shadows. Chizuru willingly drags herself into the shadows. Kazuya doesn't notice when he's in shadows. Yeah, he doesn't even clock it. He doesn't even notice the problem. Chizuru thinks the light is the problem and she has to drag herself into shadows. God, it's so girly. It's so cute. She's so cute. She's just hopping. That's so adorable. She's like a little girl. Doesn't she look like a little girl? She looks like a little girl. She's actually getting to be a little girl. And she feels terrible for it. She feels terrible for being a little girl. When it should be perfectly fine. When there's nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry for being excited. I'm sorry for being excited. This piece of dialogue informs this joy. It's not simply just Kazuya. It's for feeling any joy at all. It's for feeling any excitement at all. Look at the light fade from her eyes. Look at the guilt. Look at the regret. Look at the doubt. Look at how much she hates herself for feeling good. I have errands to do. I'll see if I can join the stream before it ends. A very interesting chapter. I love what you're digging into. Have a good day, everyone. Take care, dude. Maybe the shadows are Ruka and Mommy behind Chizuru's back. Ooh. Ooh, okay. There is technically two shadows. Two looming figures. Just as there's two bubbles. Just as it says love and peace. Oh, there's a lot of twos in here. Ooh, there's a lot of twos in here. I want him to see it too. Love and peace. Love and peace. Or that one, that way. Love and peace. Ooh. Two looming shadows. Chizuru in the center. Just as okay. Ooh. That's a cool read. That's a cool read. Okay, blocking this person. Okay, so literally two looming shadows. Whereas with Kazuya, so the twos in this chapter are both Kazuya and Chizuru, yet also Mami and Ruka. Kazuya just has a looming thing over him like this. Him crossing his legs, I think, is really important. Look at how he looks here. Wait. Look at how he looks here. Isn't he? Doesn't he look like he's crying for help? Right? He crosses his legs, the one place Ruka keeps touching, and he covers his face. Doesn't he look like a crying kid? Whereas Chizuru looks like a happy kid, jumping and bouncing. Kazuya looks like a sad kid. Right? Kazuya looks like a sad kid covering himself up, afraid he's going to get beaten up or abused more. Chizuru is like a happy kid jumping up, but her mom is making her feel terrible for being happy. It's a different form of abuse. One is emotional abuse, one is physical abuse. Right? Kazuya is going through physical abuse, Chizuru is going through emotional abuse. Abuse is abuse, period. Yeah, he looks like he's about to be assaulted. It's physical abuse. Yeah, you're seeing how Kazuya goes through physical abuse and that how that causes him distress. And then you see how Chizuru goes through emotional abuse, where every time she feels joy, she feels terrible for feeling joy. It's literally what I talked about. Yeah, it's literally what I talked about. Chizuru went through like a lot of emotional abuse. Kazuya is going through like a lot of physical abuse. Even for Kazuya in the 3-month time skip, it's literally being physically ghosted. Whereas with Chizuru, she's being emotionally ghosted, if you will. Right? Kazuya is being physically ghosted by Chizuru. Chizuru is like being emotionally ghosted. Umi had an influence by recommending the famous director, right? No. No, you made that up. Umi had no connection to this. We have no way of knowing if Umi had any connection to this. Nothing so far has indicated Umi has any connection to this. All we have is some strays. He's making that up. Don't listen to him. No. Umi recommended Chizuru in an earlier part of the series on a completely different play. That's all. So the very first play we see with Chizuru in like chapter 50, Umi recommended Chizuru to that director. That's all Umi did. The second play Chizuru got, Umi had nothing to do with that. Umi had nothing to do with that. Chizuru earned that on her own merits. This play, it doesn't look like Umi has any connection. The connection seems surface level. The connection seems purely surface level because Chizuru is working at the Nakano Center, which happens to be Umi's last name. Chizuru is Chizuru runs into people who she happened to run into while she was at Umi's party. But did you notice how every single one is purely happenstance? None of them are like directly connected to Umi. There's no direct connection to Umi. All of it seems like happenstance. Chizuru happens to be working in a place called Nakano Center. Chizuru happens to be running into people who happen to be at Umi's party, who she had met before. That's it. And she doesn't even talk to them. Did you notice that? She doesn't even talk to these people. They're just there. They're literally in the background. She doesn't speak to them. It's almost like Umi doesn't actually have an influence here. It merely looks like he has an influence. That's it. Also, It's Chizuru's manager who called, and she didn't look like she was lying. All Chizuru hid was the kiss. Right? When Chizuru tells Minnie, she said, my manager called. So let's pull up chapter 390. Kazuya is sitting at a toilet paper which has 2 toilet papers. Is it 2 or is it 3? I think I see a third one. I think I see a third one. So let's pull up chapter 390. Let's find what Chizuru specifically said. Because I think she wasn't lying to Minnie. I think she was telling her the truth. What Chizuru lied about was the kiss. What Chizuru specifically avoided was the kiss. Okay, July 11th. A month and a half from now, there's a big play. It's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. That's it. We never heard the call, but we just got it described to us. That doesn't seem like it has anything to do with Umi. Right? Chizuru never thanks Umi for the play. Chizuru never brings up the play with Umi ever. Did you notice that? Not once does Chizuru ever mention the play to Umi. Nothing. If we go to 392, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on. Chizuru texts Umi. I need to talk about something. Do you have a moment? It has nothing to do with him. Umi has all the traits of a main character, and yet he is just the background. Kazuya has all the traits of the side character that's like this used like a joke, and yet he is the story. Exactly. Literally that. Exactly. Straight up. Literally straight up. Umi is a side character in his own fucking story, even though he has all these traits of a main character. It's almost like you could literally become the side character in your own life when you don't take charge of it. It's almost like it's very easy to not be the main character in your own life. You notice there's a camera pointing on to Chizuru in the chapter like 390. There's a projector. This is a projector. Rehearsal starts this weekend. I would like to have all my focus on it. And you see a projector. I think that's a very particular thing that's being pointed onto Chizuru. She's literally acting. Right? She's acting as she says this. Right? I think she's literally acting as she says this because she's hiding her feelings. I think that's what's hidden in this chapter. That's the lie of this chapter. There is a lie in this chapter, but the biggest thing that's a lie isn't the play. The play is a misdirect. In particular, it's because Minnie was here to figure out Chizuru's feelings. Right? It's cute that she was embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? Minnie doesn't know shit about Chizuru's feelings. That's what Chizuru's hiding here. This current chapter informs this one. Chizuru's feelings are being hidden. Right? Chizuru's feelings, Chizuru is acting to hide her feelings. Right? She's literally hiding her feelings behind the play. And this chapter directly informs that. As she's literally, we see her feeling bad for her feelings. What does she do? She gets excited. She notices she's excited and she goes to the bathroom to hide her feelings. She closes them up. Right? She closes them up. You only get a glimpse of her feelings. Right? You're only getting it through the view of a cone. Right? You're getting it through the view of a tunnel. You're not getting the full picture, right? Like this kind of looks as an inversion of Ruka. So let me pull up Ruka in 423, I think. This kind of looks like an inversion of Ruka. Right? You're viewing her through a tunnel. You're only viewing her through a small lens. Just as right here, you're only viewing Chizuru, right? Whereas Ruka looks up, Chizuru looks down. Right? Whereas Ruka looks up, Chizuru looks down. And you view them from completely different lenses. Right? You're viewing Chizuru through a very thin lens. You're not seeing the full picture here, right? You're only getting a glimpse into her feelings, right? And you think she's just starting to be honest, right? This is your interpretation. You think she's just starting to be honest, not realizing this is just a bit of her feelings. This is just like a droplet. You're not even getting the full picture. You're only getting a glimpse. Literally like the light. You're only getting a glimpse into her feelings. Right? This is just a small portion of the reservoir. You notice there's a camera. Yeah, not the camera, the projector, because she's literally acting. Chizuru's panel looks like Ruka and Mommy are Chizuru's shoulder burdens. Yeah, they're literally like on her shoulders. And Kazuya in the middle, the light between two shadows, where Chizuru's head is. Oh, that's a good way of looking at it. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. The light where Kazuya is where Chizuru's head is, and then she has these two shadows right next to her that are Mommy and Ruka. Right? She thinks of three different things here. She thinks of Kazuya, she thinks of Mommy, she thinks of Ruka, and she does think of Minnie. So let's go through it. She thinks of Minnie and Kazuya, which are both her shoulders and her light. And then she thinks of... Actually, no. Oh! Minnie and Kaz... Ooh. Okay, I have a good read now. I think I have a good read now. The two shadows shape the lights. Two lights, two shadows. The shadow that is Mommy and Ruka shape the light that is Minnie and Kazuya. One wall creates a shadow. The other wall creates another shadow. Why isn't there to say there's another set of lights? There's a light from this angle and a light from this angle. So literally the two shadows shape the light. Just as there's two shadows, there's two light. Damn. But then one has more weight on it, while the other doesn't have any weight. So that one has like a burden, right? One has like a burden here, right? Literally the burden on her back. You see her in light here, right? You see her in light here. You see her in shadow here. These two panels are like direct parallels. Look at this one. Look at this one. They literally complement each other. So literally these two lights define her two... Sorry, the two darknesses define her two lights. But it's all just technically one big thing, right? It's technically just one light, one shadow. But this is one side. This is another side. Technically, the light is coming from here, and the light is also existing here. I love how she says baka baka, just as Kazuya later says, or earlier said baka baka. God, they're the same. They're so cute. They're the same. I also can't stop seeing what happened before. What does Chizuru say? Why am I thinking about this at a studio? What do you do in a studio? You see things. This totally defeats the purpose of making him wait. Stupid Ruka-chan. Stupid. Cool. Here, the light is in front of her, and it's literally touching her. Now the light doesn't even touch her. Oh, mommy. Oh, yeah, I was asking... So someone mentioned Haruka earlier, and I asked Crumpy about it, and I think Crumpy confirmed that Haruka means distant and something else. It means two different things. So Haruka means... it's written with two kanji. One kanji is far off, distant, long ago. The other kanji is beautiful, good, excellent. Oh, I see. Ruka is telling her mom that she is with Haruka, a name that means distant and or beautiful and good. How fitting then that she tells Kazuya, haven't I been good, and does not want to keep her physical distance away from him. How ironic. Right? The name literally contradicts her. The name she uses as an excuse quite literally contradicts her actions. That's so good. And by the way, she's used Haruka as an excuse before. She told her mom about Haruka when she first stayed over at Kazuya's place. She used it at like 2 other points, I think. It's not new. She's definitely used it before. So it's something she's always used, but now it's like even more ironic, you know? Now it's even more ironic. Okay. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through Twitter. Apparently there's like a limit on Twitter now for like how many posts you can see, how many posts you can make. I've yet to see that actually implemented. I've yet to see it like actually like affect me in any way, but I've heard about it. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just checking this for Final Fantasy. It just popped up in my way. So we're getting Beastmaster in September 8th. Cool. Where is Kazuya in his Broken Hero's journey? I think we're at the midway point. So if we pull up the hero's journey, I think we're at the midway point in the hero's journey. So hero's journey. Yeah. I remember last time I said we were almost at the midway point, and now I'm like pretty sure we're at the midway point. Is it this one we want to use? So yeah, Act 2 Supreme Ordeal. So I think we're like at the either Into the Maw or the Abyss. It is the part of the story where the harrowing of the souls begins. Here, the hero succumbs to his darkness, and in his blind, Varicus hate, the hero loses all semblance of what made him the chosen hero. He may continue his journey, but the path he takes to reach his goal warp and bleed, usually with the blood of unnecessary bloodshed. The mind of the hero. Oh, I think that's next chapter, actually. I think that's next chapter, actually. The mind of the hero in the abyss is a beast caught between a cliff and the forest fire. Fear of the future, hatred of the present, and the resentment of the past. And at this point, no elixir or salve could heal the hero's darkness. Only one thing could quench his growing madness and tortured soul: the distant sparkle of the goal's reward, boon, and victory, which led to the second threshold. Wait, maybe we are in the abyss. Wait, maybe we are in the abyss. Let's read this one. This is the part of the story when, after the rush of completing the first threshold, the hero is set into an even more perilous path. A foreboding of high danger and high stakes seems to loom on the horizon as the hero ventures deeper into the story, overcoming deathly challenges and stunning encounters. It is here in the maw of darkness where the first shadow of madness begins to creep in. The hero's morals are still intact, but seems to slowly erode as time furthers. And at this point, the hero encounters his shadow self and begins to lose himself and embrace the darkness and its temptations. Okay, I think we're here. Okay, I think we're here. I think this is where we are. This seems like where we are. We're about to hit the abyss. I think this is where we are. We've either hit the abyss or this is where we are. This seems like where we are. Here, let's see if we can. Okay, let's look at this. Meeting the mentor, road of the trials, first threshold, crossing the first threshold, approach to the innermost cave. Let's see. Ordeal, dismemberment, wandering, harrowing of the soul, elixir, theft, ultimate boon, second threshold. Crossing the second threshold, new rules in the midpoint. Okay, no, I think we're here. Actually, wait, I think we are here. I think we're in the second threshold because it says midpoint. It says midpoint. So let's read what the second threshold reads. The second threshold, the spark. It is here at the midpoint of the story where the chosen hero who started the adventure has died. Oh, not physical death, mind you, but his moral self-identity has died. Overcome with his own darkness and the onslaught of the oncoming darkness, the hero loses everything that made him who he is. And in the depth of despair, shadow, madness, and fear, the hero accomplishes the second threshold, bringing him within view of journey's end. But with the death of his former self, the creation of his present, beastly form, a heavy price is paid for the completion of the second threshold. This price could be one of many things: the death of a beloved friend, the separation from a romantic partner, or my favorite, in an unintended consequences of horrific magnitude. Okay, this is where we are. This is where never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. This is where we fucking are. Literally, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It is from some sort of overly traumatic event that the hero himself has a hand in which even in the depth of his darkness sparks the seed of his true moral and divine soul to be reborn. Okay. I think this is where we are. The journey's renaissance. I think this is where we are. The supreme ordeal, the journey's renaissance. This makes a lot of sense because Kazuya is literally actually on the road now. Yeah, and it's the midpoint. Kazuya said he's at the midpoint. So this makes a lot of sense. The return. It is here after the horror and ill-gotten victory over the second threshold that the hero begins his return to the light. But the return is not without its hurdles. The hero at this point is so devastated of what he's become, loses hope in his quest and himself. And at this point, the hero feels the urge to quit and abandon the journey to someone else more worthy. His companions, with their good intentions, try to persuade the hero out from his guilt, but to no avail. Then the time comes when the hero is so distraught with himself that he leaves his companions and quest, alone with only his thoughts and guilt. It is in this landscape of self-regret that the hero may be helped by his mentor, or some supernatural force that brought back to the realization about the importance of his quest in his life and his purpose. And from this contemplation, the hero, with all the scars of his past actions, heals himself and returns to the group and quest. The hero returns with a new determination, compassion, and will that could only have been forged in the hottest and most ferocious of flames. With a newly tempered will, he journeys to his third threshold. But remember. We're in a broken hero's journey. We're not in a proper hero's journey. I think that's really important to remember. We're in a broken hero's journey, not a proper hero's journey. So understand, even if this is what it looks like it's following, the hero's journey is broken. We're not actually following a proper hero's journey. We think we are. We're not. So that's really important to point out. It's so I think Kazuya could have that with Mami. I think what Mami could do is act as that like maybe supernatural force that could like he hasn't given up yet. It doesn't feel like Kazuya's given up. He's actually been, weirdly enough, through a bunch of these already. If you think about it, Kazuya's been through these steps a bunch of times already. Like even in this current hero's journey, he's kind of been through these steps. He's almost looped back over and over and over, if I'm not mistaken. You know, like he hit the abyss before with Ruka, and then Minnie even mentions a spark, she returns him. In this part of the hero's journey, the wise and experienced attempts to re-enter the normal world and feels the need to atone for his sins. This is the second plot point of the story. If the first plot point was the beginning, then it would be the near completion of the quest. It is here that the hero here enters the gates of the final battle. Though mentally and spiritually our hero is trying to find a balance between the material and spiritual, the material being a physical event and choices he must make in the event around him, and the spiritual being his moral compass and ideals. At this point, the hero would choose to sacrifice himself in some way that would put his companions out of harm's way, or make up for what he put them through. And from this decision, the hero would go on alone towards the final stage of his journey. Unification, mastering the journey, the end game. Now, this is when the entire purpose of the journey is to be realized. The hero, alone or with his companion, stands before the reason why they started their quest. It is in this fight or event that all the hero's conflicts, right? Technically, is mommy not why he started all of this? Right? Is mommy not why Kazuya started all of this? So wouldn't you say mommy is technically Kazuya's final battle? It is in this fight or event that all the hero's conflicting thoughts and unease disappear. His mind becomes sharpened and he strikes a balance within himself, instinctively and consciously knowing what must be done for victory. This card can be as epic as you want. It's a no-holds-barred cage match, and the hero aims to win. Also, to take note, when the hero is fighting of doing whatever your story finds necessary to be the final climax, his wise ideals and morals never falter, and if they do, not for long. Considering the moment the story as a condensed fire hose off all the previous thresholds being unleashed upon the hero, and the hero brushing it off with a wise will and determination gains victory. Number 4, the freedom to live, the cosmic dancer, the threshold piece. The battle has been won and the world released from the whatever negative force they bound it. Rejoice. In the last part of the hero's journey and winding journey, he becomes what Campbell refers to as the cosmic dancer. I believe the cosmic dancer, what the Chizuru's whole thing is fucking the moon and the night sky. Okay. I believe that the best way to convey this enlightenment and the hero's experience would be to let the great Joseph Campbell tell you himself. Freedom to pass back and forth across the world division, from the perspective of the apparitions of time to that of the casual, deep and back. Not contempting the principles of the one, not contempting the principles of one with those of the other, yet permitting the mind to know the one by virtue of the other. It is the talent of the master. The cosmic dancer, declares Neschek, does not rest heavily in a single point, but galley lightly turns and leaps from one position to another. It is possible to speak from only one point at a time, but that does not invalidate the insight of the rest. The individual, through prolonged psychological disciplines, gives up completely all attachment to his personal limitations, idiosyncrasies, hopes, and fears, no longer resists the self-annihilation that is prerequisite to rebirth in the realization of the truth, and so becomes ripe at last for the great at one meant. His personal ambitions being totally dissolved, he no longer tries to live but willingly relaxes to whatever may come to pass in him. He becomes, that is to say, an anonymity. I don't know. I think I know this word. Like anonymous? Like anonymity? Like anonymous? The state of having one's identity hidden or unknown. Huh. Relaxes to whatever may come to pass in him, he becomes, to say, anonymity. This is an interesting choice of words, considering isn't Kazuya disappearing? Isn't Kazuya disappearing? And this is really interesting because at the end of Steins Gate, Okuba technically disappears and he has to be found. So it feels like what Reiji is building to is for Kazuya to accept his invisibility. to be okay with just disappearing. Which sounds a little dark, but I think it might be a good idea. His identity is disappearing. Yeah. So, okay, the last thing we saw was that we were at the midpoint. The journey's renaissance. Yeah. Kazuya has technically died, if you will. Right? If you look at him right here, doesn't he look dead? Kazuya has technically died here. Chizuru has technically died here. Right? Chizuru doesn't seem like a hero, you know? Who she is has kind of died. Okay. Imagine if Ruka's mom asks Haruka and she tells Ruka hasn't been come over many times. Whoops. I'll be reading the coming chapters with Stacy's mom playing in the back for the unintended consequences of horrific magnitude. Jesus. Mom does feel like the final boss, yet she's not the main villain of the story. Technically, yes, even when first renting Chizuru, Kazuya was in love with Mommy still. I love this actually. Mommy is Kazuya's prize in the hero's journey. Mommy is the reason why this is a broken hero's journey. Yeah. So to me, this feels like a tragic hero's journey where the ending is not going to be positive. The ending is going to be like Kazuya kind of giving up. Right? He's kind of going to disappear. And then, like, literally, as he said, become anonymity. I think I'm saying that right. Anonymity? Chizuru is probably going to be the person who rescues him from being. How do you pronounce this? I want to look up how to pronounce this. Anonymity. Okay, I was saying it close. Anonymity. Hero giving up isn't the true hero's journey, though. Yes, but not like this. No, because the final part of the hero's journey is when you realize who you are and accept it. The part of the hero. This isn't you're not understanding what I'm saying about giving up. It's this part where he lets go of everything, and in turn becomes ready to properly be reborn. It's like here the element of peace is, I think, the most important. You know, crossing the threshold, freedom to live. You know, I think Kazuya is gonna maybe put things back right, but he's gonna lose himself in the process. But this is a broken hero's journey. This isn't a proper hero's journey. It merely looks like a proper hero's journey. This is a broken hero's journey. This isn't a proper one. Like, we're going through all the steps, but the story has this undertone of Kazuya not being the hero. Right? Kazuya regularly likes to be called the hero. And yet, what do the children call him? The children call him the Great Demon King, the Shadow Lord. So the story is literally saying he's not the hero. And I think by the end of this, Kazuya is going to accept he's not the hero. When, in many ways, who he is a hero to is different for everyone. But I think that's the idea, that by the end of this, in Kazuya's hero's journey, he'll accept he's not the hero. Let's go check out Reddit. Let's reload. See if anyone said anything interesting. Okay. Nothing interesting here. Finally, Chizuru is being aware that she needs to stop toying with Kazuya. She knew the whole time, dipshit. Sorry. This is such a weird take. He always knew. Chizuru always knew. Should be a perfect occasion to make Chizuru help Kazuya realize what Ruka did to him as really disgusting and crime, and that's not his fault. Okay. What's this in reference to? I actually think Ruka telling Chizuru might be for the best, weirdly enough. People seem to think it's like horrible. I think it's a good thing. After almost 100 chapters, the Kana finally fell from his wallet. Everyone saw it coming. It was just a matter of when, but I wasn't expecting it to happen with Mami around. I wasn't expecting Chizuru or Ruka. I was expecting Ruka or Chizuru, to be honest. Let's see how she reacts. Isn't that the point? Isn't that literally the point? Like, I said this when the condom, like, first fell. I'm just like, isn't it oddly fitting that it doesn't fall in front of the two people it should have probably fallen in front of? It falls in front of Mami of all characters. Right? Of all characters, and falls in front of Mami. And it wasn't even for her. How thematically fitting is that? What is Mami's entire problem? She thinks Kazuya is like doing some things for her. She's like misinterpreting Kazuya's actions as interest in her. She's looking at them that way. And how fitting then does she see a condom that was never meant for her? And she's gonna be like, well, it could be. It's not a Ruka thing, right? With the Ruka thing, it's different. With the Ruka, like Kazuya, with the Ruka, it's a little more complicated, right? With Ruka, it's a little more complicated. She's under the illusion that they're dating. Mami is not under the illusion that they're dating. She's getting signs of possible interest, of things she might want herself, right? It's about the self in a different way from Ruka. Ruka is more that I'm dating you, therefore my actions are justified, even though she knows in part they're not justified. Mami is the opposite. Mami is trying to avoid her sins. She's not giving justifications for her sins. She's trying to avoid them altogether. She's trying to pretend like it's not about her sins, right? She's doing something that's normal. She's just rekindling a spark, right? It's the flip with Mami. Good to see the follow from Chizuru's rehearsal from last chapter's page. Seeing her enjoying an acting routine just feels right. I feel like I'd like to see more of this. For next week, I can totally see Mami spiting the condom and saying something like, "Don't worry, all men are like this," and Kazuya trying to apologize. Let's see what's coming. What? She's the same as him in a way. In every way. You don't understand how similar they fucking are. It's always great to get Chizuru's POV. It was certainly needed after recent events. Chizuru sabotaging herself is always a recurring theme. I like seeing her utterly idiotic reasoning for not... I like how he views it as idiotic when the story like very much highlights to you that it's not idiotic. It stems from abuse. Though it seems that Chizuru is being more honest with herself now. She's not running away and she's not making excuses for how excited she is. She just feels terrible for it. But maybe she'll manage to invite Kazuya to play. It would be great. She's going to. She said she will. As for Kazuya, am I the only one who thought him driving was kind of foreshadowing joke about his first time with Ruka? He seems to have done well enough with the driving. First time with Ruka. Yeah, no, I made that association too. Overall, a very good chapter for me. The final setup, having a great comedic potential. I want to see Mami losing her mind. Can't wait for the next. For the kid again. Wait, is this? Wait, what? That just looks like a whole lot of nothing. I won't say it was great, not bad either, but we get to see Chizuru's thoughts for once. Two things confirmed from Chizuru's POV. She feels unworthy. She's also horny and she's guilt towards Mami and Ruka. I just don't get the last part. When she rejected Kazuya, she says she can't bring herself to forgive mommy for what she did. That doesn't make sense. Exactly. Has trauma and guilt ever made sense? I'm dead serious. Has that stuff generally made sense, especially when you're the one being abused, right? Sometimes it makes some sense. Absolutely. Like, you fucking kill someone's kid, like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, of course you feel guilt. But right? But you didn't think about that guilt when you did it, did you? So there comes the part that doesn't make sense. Right? Why are you feeling guilt now? Right? When you should have felt guilt as you were committing the action, for instance. In this case, it's the flip. With Chizuru, she doesn't like mommy. Why the fuck does she feel guilty towards her? Right? It feels like it's a mischaracterization, right? This is what's called someone like or it doesn't have a name. It doesn't really have a name. This is what happens when like someone misunderstands a writing technique and they interpret it as bad writing and contradictory. It's not. It's not. If you want a great example of like weird contradictory writing, just look at the Devil May Cry season 2. The way the writing is done for that is really fucking stupid. Because they misunderstand Virgil's character to be in denial about loving his mother. And so doing what they do is like when he spoilers for that show. I don't care for it, so I'm sorry if you're interested, but I'm gonna spoil it. For that show, for instance, what they do is that when Virgil has a confrontation with Dante, he says his mom was weak and that she fueled his weakness inside him. He then ends the show by getting upset that the dude killed his mom. And the show is essentially trying to, fucking spoon feed it to you that Virgil actually loves his mom and he was just in denial and shit. When Virgil in the original show was literally never like this. Or sorry, in the original game was literally never like this. Virgil loved the shit out of his mom. The entire reason he started all of this was because he didn't want to lose another person again. The show introduces this really stupid thing into his character where they make him go into denial about his mom never loving him because he was brainwashed and whatever, some stupid fucking bullshit. And what that does is ultimately come off as mischaracterization because the writers, the way they approached it was just kind of dumb. Where if Virgil really loved his mom, he wouldn't be regurgitating the same crap to Dante of all people. Right? Dante in particular, he would not say this crap to. He would say this crap to like Mundus, right? His manipulator, but he wouldn't say this crap to Dante. So him saying that is fucking stupid. And it's basically the show trying to sell you that they're not the sons of Sparta, they're the sons of Eva. And it's like, shut the fuck up. The whole point of Devil May Cry is that they are living up to Sparta's legacy, but their mom is defining their character. That's the brilliance of their writing, is like Virgil fundamentally misunderstands Sparta. The show bastardizes what Sparta is as a character. I know we're getting a little bit off track here, but I'm trying to highlight to you how this is bad writing. The reason it's bad writing, again, specifically, is because they actively try to frame. Virgil says things that you would not say if you actually hated your mom, even if you're in denial, right? Even if you're in denial. And he doesn't speak like he's in denial. He doesn't speak like he's in denial. He just says the lines really straight. And it seems like just a severe mischaracterization of Virgil's character, which is like, okay, let's not judge it by the games, even though it's based on the fucking video games. When Virgil says he doesn't love his mom and then proceeds to do everything for his mom, it comes off as a contradiction. And that's because it is. Not because he's in denial and he was being a tsundere or anything like that. It's just shitty writing. It's just dumb writing. It is a contradiction. With Chizuru, it's not a contradiction. With Chizuru, it's specifically highlighted to you that Chizuru is a victim and she has suffered abuse. It's not super spelled out for you, mind you, but if you understand the context that she is a victim and she has been abused, you suddenly start to understand why she feels guilt towards her abuser. Because she believes her abuser is right. And yet she can't forgive what mommy did in trying to destroy Kazuya and destroy the family. And this acts as a very important crux for Chizuru's character because she needs to recognize that mommy is her in different circumstances. That had Chizuru been in Mami's circumstances, she might have been the same person. She might have also ended up in such a person. And that's how Chizuru can start forgiving herself, by forgiving Mami and thus in turn forgiving her mom. To truly see Mami for who she is and not the guilt she feels for her. And if Chizuru starts seeing Mami for who she is, that she is a person who has absolutely done horrendous shit, but maybe she's also a person trapped by her environment and she doesn't know how to change. That in turn can help her see how Mami can also do good things, and she's not inherently a bad person. She's just a person who doesn't know how to change and has been shaped by her environment. This in turn could parallel how Chizuru looks at her mom. Chizuru can't forgive her mom. Chizuru doesn't like her mom. Chizuru has this like duality with her mom, where on one hand she feels like grateful for her mom for being born, and everyone talks about Chizuru's mom in a positive light, yet Chizuru doesn't see the positives of her mom. She only ever feels the negatives because that's all she's ever experienced from her mother. Chizuru isn't correct about this, but this is important because you can see how Chizuru's mom was loving just in the things that she did. For instance, she left Chizuru with Grandma Sayuri and Katsuhito, people who could take care of her and thus give her the opportunity Chizuru's mom did not have. She recognized she couldn't raise Chizuru. She couldn't be there for her. She didn't take pictures with her, but she at the very least left her one picture. She also left her a name. The name Chizuru has is a beautiful name about making people's dreams come true, because Chizuru's mom might have recognized she could not do that. So she had imparted this wish onto Chizuru that maybe Chizuru can do this for other people when she could not. She gave Chizuru a better life. Chizuru doesn't see it this way. The only thing Chizuru is grateful for is that her mom gave her life, period. She's not grateful that her mom might have given her a better life, right? That's also the problem you'll see with Reddit. With the way people talk about Chizuru's mom, they fundamentally misunderstand her. They only view the negatives of Chizuru's mother. And I think Reiji fully knows this, that the way people look at Chizuru's mom is purely negative. That she's only ever done bad things, as a direct parallel to how Mami has only ever done bad things. But just like Mami, Chizuru's mom also recognized she did bad things and tried to give Chizuru the opportunity she never had. And that in its own way made her a good mom. That in its own way made her a good mom. The reason Chizuru is who she is because her mom recognized she couldn't raise her. And she separated herself from Chizuru. A tragic sacrifice, if you will. In some ways, she's not in Chizuru's life, which is horrible. How could you do this as a parent? On the other, she recognized she isn't a good parent. And maybe separating herself from Chizuru's life was the best choice. It gave Chizuru the opportunity to be raised with a better parent, to have someone who could give her the life she never got. She died early, which is a cruel thing to do to her own mom and to her daughter, right? And maybe she recognized she couldn't control that, and she tried to leave behind what she could. And I think that in its own way makes Chizuru's mom a very beautiful, albeit incredibly subtle character. Right? There's a lot of subtlety to Chizuru's mom's character. Mami is the same way. Mami is not inherently evil. She does bad things, abso-fucking-lutely, but she's also just a normal girl who's been denied a lot of things. The way Mami moves forward is to take accountability for this. And the way Chizuru can move forward and in some ways help Mami move forward and forgiving her is to make her take accountability for her actions, but not treat her as evil. Exactly like Kazuya. The way Chizuru should deal with Mami is exactly the way she dealt with Kazuya in the start. Not necessarily exactly the same, but in a very similar sense. Call her out on her bullshit. Tell her you did something horrible. But tell her it's not too late to redeem yourself, and it's not too late to go down a correct path. And I think that is what the story in many ways is building to for Chizuru. Seeing Mami for who she is, and in some ways seeing her mom for who she is. But also, finally, Sayuri. Seeing Sayuri as maybe flawed and not perfect. And that's fine. Now we flip it onto Kazuya. Kazuya, in contrast, needs to see Umi, Ruka, and maybe Nagomi or Minnie. One of those characters. Kazuya needs to see that Ruka isn't just a good girl. She also does bad things. Ruka is the flip. Ruka is the flip of this picture. Ruka is not just a good girl. She does bad things, period. She can absolutely do bad things, and he shouldn't just feel guilt towards her, period. I think that's an important thing to recognize for Ruka's character. In that same way, I think something can be seen like that in Chizuru, as well as maybe Minnie, right? Where he just accepts, okay, they're normal people and they do bad things. In that same way, you could definitely apply that to a character like Umi, where Kazuya has a tendency to idolize Umi in his head, and maybe in turn recognize the things that he's idolizing are bad, right? Just as Chizuru idolizing Sayuri and Ruka is bad, right? Finally, with Minnie, he can start recognizing that two things from Minnie. One, he can notice that he is in part the reason why Minnie is the way that she is, but two, how Minnie is wrong, and that he needs to call Minnie out on who she is, while at the same time appreciate her for what she's done. Like, Minnie is kind of that nuanced middle ground. And finally, say Nagomi, where Nagomi treats him like shit. She loves him, but she kind of treats him like shit. It's the same with Kibe. And I think Kazuya, like, noticing that and just telling them, like, I love you guys, I care about you, but can you stop treating me like crap, is going to be really important for their character. This matches perfectly with the hero's journey of that nuanced middle ground. Jumping between the two, recognizing the nuance of the situation, and not just good-bad. It's both. Every character is both. The most evil character in this story, technically speaking, is Mami. And she's not evil. The most evil character in this fucking story, and she's technically not evil. In that same way, the most loyal and serious character in this story, albeit maybe in this case it would be Minnie, is maybe not as loyal and is just as flawed as everybody else. Anyways, let me read some of the comments. You could say that the victims keep apologizing even when it's not justified at all. Exactly. Chizuru feels the need to apologize to Mami because deep down she thinks everything Mami said about her and Hawaiians is right. She had a point, but she wasn't right. Exactly. No, that's literally the point. She's apologizing to Mami because she believes Mami is right. She's not right. She's not right. Like, because Chizuru kissed him, yeah, but she didn't kiss him because she's a fucking prostitute. Jesus Christ, she just likes him. She was protecting him. Jesus fucking Christ. In that same way, she apologizes to Ruka because she thinks she brought Ruka into this. She didn't bring Ruka into this. Ruka chose this. Like, let's not pretend Ruka didn't fucking choose this. Let's not pretend Kazuya also didn't make a choice. Why are we pretending like Kazuya doesn't have any autonomy over his own fucking body and he just listened to Chizuru? He chose to listen to Chizuru. He didn't have to. He didn't want to date her. He wasn't interested in dating her. He could have just said no. He chose to listen. That's just a fact, period. Chizuru did not create Ruka. Ruka created Ruka. Chizuru merely facilitated it. Kazuya chose to date Ruka. Chizuru did not create Ruka. Right? She had a part to play, absolutely. Right? But no one shapes you but you. Unless you're an abuser. In which case the abuser can shape you in some ways. Other day I watched a Little Apothecary Diaries and thought that Momo and Chizuru are similar in a way. I could see it. Wouldn't Mommy's dad be the most evil in the story? I mean, technically, yeah. Yeah. I guess technically Mommy's dad is the most evil in the story. The root of all evil. Technically, yeah. But like Mommy in particular is like the antagonist. Mommy is the antagonist. Mommy's dad is like the base fuel, I guess. I don't know. He's like the original evil, maybe. I don't know. But like Mommy's the antagonist. That's what I meant. Mommy's the antagonist of the story. Svaruka, I guess. Okay, so let's continue. I don't get the part. Okay, Kazuya said that she didn't. I just don't get the last part. When she rejected okay, we read this. As for Ruka, I guess that somewhat confirms that she'll be set up on a path to push Ruka away along with Kazuya, but sounds like it'll be her the one that sets the boundary. Good thing though is that she did not say she won't invite Kazuya to her play, not cats, but rather sounds like she will wait until they see each other again to invite him. So yeah, it's not cats. I'm kind of glad it's not. Ugh. Not again, not another bullshit chapter of repeat Mami and Kazuya misunderstanding each other and it's not leading anywhere. Can we move? Yes, way to just miss the fucking point. Way to just miss the fucking point. It's not about misunderstandings. It's not about misunderstandings. It's how about we choose to see misunderstandings and why Mami is doing it. Every single thing Reiji shows with a character is a characterization. It's an exploration of the characters. When Mami chooses to see this and how she chooses to react and what she chooses to do will reflect an aspect of her character, whether it be something she's subconsciously not aware of or something she's actively doing. It's not just a waste of time. Oh my god, Chizuru does feel guilty. Who could have seen that one coming? Her realizing she did wrong is welcomed. She knew from the start. Her being as dumb and conflicted as Kazuya is not. It makes perfect sense. It just shows that after living together for a whole month, they never got to meet the real Kazuya and Chizuru. We still don't know how deep the rabbit hole in Chizuru's trauma. Won't be the last page is the red herring leading to nothing. Kill this with fire. Wow. I can't read subtext, they said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I get so frustrated when it's like, it's blatantly there. The story is telling you. The fact that I could tell Chizuru felt guilty from the fucking get-go because she said she felt... Sorry. Just give me a sec. I just need to... It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Chizuru doesn't feel guilty, they said. I'm the one who should be apologizing, but I was speechless. After all, I'm still lying to her. After hearing so sincere words from her, I don't have the right to apologize. I need to hurry. Oh, look, it's guilt. Here's Chizuru feeling guilt over Nagomi and in turn feeling guilt over Kazuya. Who could have seen that one fucking coming? Oh, look, it's almost like she's a human being and she feels guilt. How did the 3-month time skip start? That's right, she felt guilt over Ruka. It's almost like just because she doesn't verbalize her guilt for Kazuya, she doesn't feel it. It's almost like every single action she takes in while living together reflects her guilt. Huh. Okay. You probably don't believe me. Kazuya gets a cue from Minnie to say that Chizuru is cute. She says, "Don't do that." She turns and she notices Kazuya is upset. "Sorry. If you're serious, that makes me happy." She notices she did something wrong, immediately addresses it and apologizes. Now, I want to tell you something. I want you to reread the Kohab, and I doubt many of you will, and notice how many times Chizuru says sorry to Kazuya. No, seriously. Reread the cohabitation and notice how many times Chizuru says sorry to Kazuya. And look me dead in the eye and tell me this isn't fucking guilt. Look me dead in the fucking eye and tell me this shit ain't guilt. Reread the cohabitation and tell me Chizuru doesn't feel fucking guilty. Chizuru doesn't feel guilty, they say. Don't worry, okay? Even though I said I want to understand, it's not like I have a firm plan. I know that what I'm saying is childish, and I don't think I do think it's unfair to keep dragging things out. I said so, didn't I? I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely give you an answer for what I did to you. I won't be vague, she says in the Japanese. I won't be vague. I'll give you an answer. It's almost like It's almost like she feels fucking guilty. It's almost like she's felt guilt this entire fucking time. Oh, look. Chizuru feels guilty for being excited, right? Right? We said Chizuru feels guilty for being excited, right? Here's Kazuya walking ahead of her. And here's Chizuru looking at his hand. And she makes a pouty face. Almost like she wants to hold his hand and she stops herself from holding her hand because she feels guilty and she doesn't think she's allowed to. Huh. It's almost like every fucking action she takes informs her fucking guilt. Oh, look. That's why right after, when Kazuya says, let's hold hands, she doesn't say no. She can just let it go. Fine. I'll hold his hand because he wants to. I don't need to feel guilty about this. She can let go of her guilt because that's what he wanted too. And she shuts up and just gets to hold his hand. And then she gives him a gift. And bows down and apologizes. Whenever I tried to reach out to you, I couldn't get Ryuga-chan out of my mind. I kept thinking this is wrong. It's not the season for it, but I thought it's better than nothing. She gives him a gift because she feels guilty. Go to the cohabitation. Dude. This is like one of the most brutal fucking chapters. And nobody notices this. .262. Chizuru comes back from a run. Kazuya wants to throw her a birthday party. And she says it's not a big deal. There's no need to do anything for it. I'm not letting you stay here because I expect something in return. In fact, I'd hate it if you start acting weirdly considerate. She literally doesn't want him to throw her a birthday party because she feels so fucking guilty. Please think about that. She feels so fucking guilty about what she did to him that she gives him a house for free. He doesn't pay a single fucking dime. He gets access to everything, and she doesn't even want him to throw her a birthday party. A fucking birthday party. She has no relatives, no family. Nobody's fucking celebrating her. And she's like, don't throw me a birthday party because I feel so guilty. For the love of God, if you look me in the eye and tell me Chizuru doesn't feel guilty, you did not fucking read. Or you don't have a soul. Y'all either read with your eyes closed, or you don't know how to fucking read subtext. You have no clue how to fucking read subtext. Like seriously, what's Chizuru's reasoning here? Did Chizuru ever say why she doesn't want them to throw her a birthday party? Right? Did Chizuru ever say why she was so resistant to a birthday party? Why is she so against it? There shouldn't be a reason to be against it unless... Oh, that's right. She feels guilty. Why would she be so against it? Right? Wait, is this real? Does she really mean all that? That it's too much even for her? Even Kazuya doesn't get it. Why the fuck? And then what is the reason she ultimately says okay to the birthday party? Kasumi doesn't treat her like trash. Kasumi tells her value yourself. It's okay. You're loved. It's okay. You don't have to feel shit for being guilty. She went to the bank and refused to pay him back a single penny. Oh, yeah. You read the manga. You read the manga. Sure you did. That's right. It's not like she tried to pay him back multiple fucking times in the manga. It's not like she paid him back multiple times in the manga to the point that she forced the money on him because he refused to fucking take it. Yeah. Keep talking out of your fucking ass. Keep talking out of your fucking ass. She literally forced the money on him because he refused to take it every single fucking time. Every fucking time. During the date, she constantly told him, let me pay. And he just kept saying no. Yeah, victimization bullshit. Shut the fuck up. You didn't read this goddamn manga. Get the hell out of here. Okay, this edit's hilarious. I'm sorry, this edit's funny. I'll briefly come back out of hiding. I'm still reading regularly, but I don't comment anymore, except on exceptional chapters, and this was one of them. A rare glimpse into Chizuru's mind, and with thoughts and conclusions that are at the very times very self-reflective and at times self-critical. This was unexpected. For me, this was a very beautiful chapter and a beautifully sad panels of her. I hope she invites him. I hope she finally gets over herself and takes her happiness into her own hands. She's trying to. We got a new meme. Yeah, this is a pretty good meme. True. True. This is a new meme. True. It's been long since it happened that I forgot. Could someone please refresh me on how the condom ended up in Kazuya's wallet? Oh, wow. People, yeah, it's been a hot minute. People forgot. Fair. I can't even be mad. Fair, bro. I just remember everything. Well, mostly everything. I have a tendency to forget certain things. So Kazi and Chizuru at the end of the day are two sides of the same coin. Yes, they always have been. They're literally the same person in different circumstances. They're the same person in just inverted circumstances. Chizuru is externally beautiful, but she's poor. Kazuya is externally normal, but he's like not poor. He's pretty privileged. At least you can acknowledging the wrongdoings to him concerning his feelings. She's already okay. Whatever. I'm not getting into this again. I recall seeing her this excited. Playing as a girlfriend doesn't count. I'm genuinely afraid everything will go wrong in this date. Have you all ever watched Initial D? Kazuya looks like he would have Itsuki's driving skills. I'm not sure who that is, but that sounds pretty funny. It's confirmed. Not even Chizuru knows what the play will be about. I do wonder what she says in the Japanese. I'm going to send it to Crumpy. I'm curious. What does she say in the Japanese? Maybe she says something a little different. In the little panel in the restroom. What does Chizuru say about the play? No details regarding Chizuru's home being sold or still on sale. I think it's on sale, but it has not been sold. Kazuya speaks as if it's been sold. It's not sold, it's just on sale. While she may feel it, she doesn't express it. People can't know unless she says it. Feel what? Oh, the guilt? Well, no. I'm saying, while Chizuru has not said it explicitly, it doesn't mean it wasn't there. My problem with the way that I'm reading what's been going on in Reddit is that they're acting like it was not there, right? They're acting like it wasn't there. It was there the whole fucking time. No. It was there the whole time. If you genuinely think Chizuru is a gold digger who's using her privilege, you don't know jack shit about Chizuru. That's mommy, dude. Mommy's filthy rich, doesn't have to pay for anything, and literally lets her dad, who's her abuser, just let her control her life. Chizuru is poor as shit. She has nothing. She's dirt poor. She can't even pay her own home's money because it cost a bunch of taxes, and she literally has nobody. If you genuinely think Chizuru is just a gold digger, you're a fucking idiot. Straight up. You bought mommy's bullshit. Mommy spun her bullshit and you bought it. You genuinely believe that. And that's insane. You're literally saying prostitutes are victims of the system, and you're not seeing the victim of the system in front of you. It's baffling. Actually, straight up baffling. Like you're a straight up hypocrite. You're literally a hypocrite. You're literally seeing a victim in front of you, and you're pretending like they're not a victim to justify your own biases, because you are biased towards prostitutes. You are biased towards sex workers. You just don't see it. Chizuru literally deals with the same exact stigma. You don't see it because you see a villain. It's so easy to see sex workers as villains and gold diggers when they don't fit your standards of what you deem as a victim. You're looking for a perfect victim. That's your problem. You're literally looking for a perfect victim. You're blinded by your own rage and hatred. You're blinded by some sort of hatred you feel towards someone who's done something to you in the past. Maybe you're low-key incel. I don't fucking know. But the fact that you genuinely believe this, either you have not read the story or you are looking at this with blind eyes. You're stuck in your own confirmation bias. It is utterly ridiculous. What you're writing is purely childish. You have not read this manga. Anyone who says this, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if it's fucking Gigok who says this. He's an idiot. If he actually genuinely believes Chizuru's a gold digger, he's a fucking idiot. I'm not saying he said this. I'm saying even if Gigok said this, I would say he's an idiot. Period. Like anyone who genuinely looks at Chizuru's character and thinks she's a gold digger is a fucking idiot. Period. You're not reading this manga. You're not interacting with this story. You have not been paying attention. And you don't want to. You're very comfortable in your own little echo chamber bubble. You're comfortable being stupid as fuck. Okay. Sorry. No details regarding Chizuru's... Oh, okay, we read this. But why did Chizuru prefer the coldness of not sending even a happy birthday Kazuya message for his birthday in that chapter 39 when she was at the batting cages? Why did you interpret it as coldness? She literally just said she would be spoiling herself. Maybe she forgot. You don't know. She forgot her own fucking birthday. She forgot her own fucking birthday, and she forgot Sumi was coming to celebrate her birthday. Who knows? We don't know why she didn't say anything. Maybe she wants to say something. Maybe the play is her gift. I don't know. You have no clue. You're interpreting it as coldness. You don't know. The whole story is leveraging a fucking mystery. You don't know. So she says it will start. Did you just fucking say checkmate, pal? Did you just fucking say checkmate, pal, in my fucking chat, dipshit? She has to take care of a child like a prostitute. She has a... Since when do prostitutes need to have children? She has addiction like prostitutes. Since when do prostitutes have to have an addiction? She's a victim of sexual abuse or exploitation like a prostitute. Yes, she is. Not sexual abuse, but exploitation. Absolutely. Dipshit. Please don't disrespect prostitutes she used. So you're saying a prostitute has to either have a child, be an addict, or have endured sexual abuse or exploitation in order to be a victim? That is your criteria of how to judge victims, you stupid fucking idiot? You're literally looking for a perfect victim. You proved yourself wrong, idiot. Chizuru has been exploited by mommy. She's endured emotional abuse of magnitudes. Like literally Herculean magnitudes. You stupid fucking idiot. She has no family, nobody. She's completely on her own, and she's shouldering the burden of paying all of her bills solo. You stupid absolute fucking dipshit. And Kazuya knows exactly what he's getting into. He's not just some sad, lonely virgin. He gave his money willingly. He's not an idiot. She warned him and she cut him off multiple times. Okay, you're getting blocked. You're a fucking idiot. You're getting blocked. You're a fucking idiot. Wasting my goddamn time. You're a fucking idiot. Can't be fucking reasoned with. Checkmate, pal. Look at this guy. Checkmate, pal. Proves me right in his sentence. Proves me right in his sentence. Checkmate, pal. Literally, like, I literally show him how he's wrong. Proceeds to prove me right. Like, congrats, dude. Failed successfully. Congrats, dude. You failed successfully. He's not rage baiting. He genuinely believes it. I think there's a problem if you take people like this and purely interpret it as rage baiting. He's not rage baiting. He believes this. It's twisted. He believes it. The twisted thing about a lot of rage baiters that people don't seem to understand, you can tell when someone is literally just rage baiting, and you can tell when someone is actually believes their rage bait. He believes it. That's the I can tell. The way he's talking, he believes it. No, he believes what he's saying. He's perpetuating a cycle. And if he's a bot, cool, I'm a fucking idiot. If he's a bot, cool, I'm a fucking idiot. But no, this dude believes what the fuck he's saying. And that's the twisted part. Literally, what he's saying is something I've seen many, many times. It's literally needing a perfect victim. Perfect victims are a very real thing in society. How many women have come out as victims of something. And if they don't maintain a calm tone and act respectful and not scream when they see their abuser lying on the stand or some shit, they're not a they're not a victim. They're not a victim. But the abuser, they can scream, they can yell, they can do whatever. They're the real victims. See what I mean? So it's like it's that mentality that's very, very, very twisted, where we demand perfect victims. A victim has to have endured a very particular set of things to be a victim. You know, like that's how we interpret it. Not that anybody and everybody can be a fucking victim. What you experience does not demean someone else's experience just because it wasn't as bad as yours. You know? I think that's really fucking stupid. I really despise that kind of comparison. That, oh, just because you went through something worse, that invalidates my experience. That's fucking stupid. That's idiotic. Everybody suffers in different ways. It doesn't invalidate your experience. Dude, here, you want to fucking play with me? You want to fucking play with me? I've been sexually assaulted. I've lived through a war. I've watched family members die. I have endured way more trauma than I can bet any of you have endured. And you don't see me dismissing any of your feelings. You don't see me treating you like fucking trash. Okay? See what I mean? It's not about who went through more pain. I could probably top all of your pain. Have you lived in a third world country? Have you literally lived in a fucking cage? Well, not an actual cage like that. I didn't live in a cage. I'm good. Chill. Didn't live in a cage. But like when you live in a third world country, it can feel like a cage. One time, so when I was living in California, my mom got us tickets to the Bahamas. Right, my mom got us tickets to the Bahamas. We wanted, I guess she wanted a vacation and stuff, and we went to the Bahamas. And I kid you not, when I got off the fucking cruise, I literally felt like I was back in a cage. Because that place felt like a third world country. And I was just like, holy shit, I don't want to be here. And I just went back in the cruise. Everyone else was like wandering in this place. I'm like, nope. Not touching this with a 5-foot pole. Nope. Just went straight back into the ship and it just chilled in there. Did not care. Same with my mom. She went back with me. So literally, bro, like when we're dismissive of other people's pain, and I did this too. Like when I first experienced my pain, you know, the US, especially like when I first came to the US, everyone loves to compare who suffered more. Ooh, I went through more. And so like I started playing this stupid fucking game too. You know, you go through this game too. You start doing this stupid shit too. And then later I learned, oh, this is such fucking stupid. This is dumb as shit. And because of that, I started feeling seen by these characters. Because I went through an experience that like felt minor to other people. To me, it wasn't minor. And then I saw how Kazuya was treated, and I'm like, damn. Okay, my experience wasn't minor. He's not being treated like shit for going through something similar that I did. But no, like I do think this is a good discussion to have. Please understand. Like, I don't care if he's a stupid fucking NPC. I'm saying this specifically because I believe this is a good discussion to have, and this is something I want to impart onto you guys. I want you to start viewing other people's pain, understand like how people suffer when they go through things. I'm not saying like just fucking castrate yourself for someone else. I'm saying like be willing to see someone else's pain and recognize what they're going through, but you don't have to treat yourself like shit to do so. You know, I like when someone like that shows up, like I understand he's a stupid fucking idiot. He maybe has his own circumstances, but at the same time, I'm not going to let him just be rude and say nonsense, you know? It's like, just find that middle ground where you can communicate with someone, understand their pain, understand maybe what they're going through. Maybe you don't need to understand their pain, but just understand they might be different from you, and that's fine. And just don't treat other people like crap unless they start treating you like crap, in which case, just don't take that shit. You know? That's all. I'm just trying to teach you how to be more empathetic. I think that's just the biggest weakness of modern society, is that we're just not empathetic anymore. Empathy seems to be like running really dry, and it's kind of tragic. Anyways, Crumpy sent something. So let's see what Crumpy said. I was asking about what Chizuru said regarding the play. Chizuru said something like, I wonder what kind of play it will start to become. I was just checking the English translation, and they did the same. It's in a more natural way. Okay, so No. So she knows what play it is, but she doesn't know what it will become. Okay. I wonder what kind of play this will turn out to be. Okay. So no. Okay. So I think we lost that a little bit in how we read it. It's more of an issue of how we read it. The way we read it is just kind of incorrect. She knows what play this is. She just doesn't know how it will turn out, right? And I think that's fair. I think that's meant to be a reflection of us as the readers, that we don't know how it's going to turn out, right? In particular, like, will it be successful? Something like that, right? Chizuru doesn't know if this will be successful. I think that's a bit of foreshadowing, because Chizuru says this dude is like super successful and he's made a lot of masterpieces, but what if this play isn't received well? You know, I think that's going to be really interesting. It's going to be really fascinating. Is this play going to be received well? Maybe people can't keep up. Who knows? So I think that's a bit of foreshadowing from us. It's like we're in the dark. This is also on us as the readers, because we are watching a play and we don't know how it will unfold, how it will turn out. So this is a nod to us as the readers. This is a meta commentary from us as the readers, right? Chizuru is talking like, this dude has made countless masterpieces just like this in the past. Get it? So like, technically, it's like you're reading a film, you're reading a director or whatever that you have enjoyed, but you don't know how this is going to turn out, you know? So this is kind of Chizuru too. She's speaking from like an outsider's perspective as a mirror to us, right? We might have looked at this story, and if we got this far, maybe we'd view some things as masterpieces. Maybe we'd think his work he has a unique way of doing things, right? Maybe you don't view it as masterpieces. Maybe you don't know where this is going to go. So Chizuru is kind of a mirror to us as the readers here. That's what we don't realize. That's why it's cool. Here in this little portion right here, Chizuru is a mirror to us as the readers, which is very fitting, because what does she do? She calms down, she turns, and she relaxes herself. I think this isn't. I think this is incredibly fitting as a flip of Chizuru's character, because she literally goes from being her natural self to us as the readers, right? She literally goes from being herself, like her unique sense of self, and then she becomes us as the readers. And she starts echoing our sentiments, lacking our own awareness. She doesn't know how things are going to turn out, right? And then she sinks into a hole, into a cave. Maybe that's another way to look at this. It's like she's in a hole, right? It's like she fell into a hole, right? And she's trapped in her darkness. That could be another way to look at this scene. Stupid. Why am I thinking about this? At the studio, this totally defeats the purpose of making him wait, right? She justifies making him wait by saying she's putting in her full effort. As a flip, Kazuya justifies putting in his full effort to everything by the fact that there's going to be a reward in the end. So this is really interesting. What's fascinating about it is neither of them needed to wait. Okay. Mini-chan put it like that, but I don't blame her for being upset after what I did. Right? So Chizuru already knows, right? Like the fact that you just didn't hear it doesn't mean Chizuru didn't know. Chizuru already knew. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she hated me for it. I think it's really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if she hated me for it, as she imagines kissing Kazuya, making you wonder, what if she thinks Kazuya hated her for it, deep down? I told him that I couldn't date him, but after what I did, it's basically like I'm toying with him. And people seem to think Chizuru doesn't know that. She does. No, she does. She's not stupid. I've said this before. Chizuru's not fucking stupid. She knows. Minnie seems to think Chizuru has no clue she's doing this. She knows. She's not fucking stupid. She knows what she's doing. But that's the thing. She wasn't toying with him. She was serious. It only looks like she was toying with him because he didn't call, and she got a role for her play that she wanted to focus on. How is that unfair? Right? That's the thing that I've said, like, ever since the separation happened. It's like people are just acting like it's purely Chizuru's fault. She got the call. What was she supposed to do? It's her fucking career. Say no? And she can't give him the focus she wanted to. Right? She would want to give him full. That's the thing that I think people are misunderstanding here. I think Chizuru wants to give Kazuya full focus when it comes to dating. Right? So I think the problem is that she's putting her, she wants to do this like thing first and then put her full focus on Kazuya. But had Kazuya called, this might have not been necessary. I think that's the misunderstanding people have. They think Chizuru forced this situation, but Kazuya didn't call either. Right? Kazuya didn't call either. It wasn't just her. Yeah, Chizuru made the choice to separate them. Yes. Kazuya also did not call. Period. Therefore, he facilitated this as much as she did. Yet she thinks it's all her fault. It's not. Had Kazuya called before she got her call, they could have easily resolved this. She could have gotten her play perfectly fine, and they could have been together. He didn't call. Now, that's also partially on Chizuru, mind you, because Chizuru's kiss, like I described before, is a kind of a kiss of blind faith. She kissed him thinking he would come back. That was kind of her fault in that regard. She had blind faith that he would return. He doesn't return. Right? She was wrong. But she believes it's her fault. She believes she did something wrong. She got lucky. She didn't get lucky. She did the right thing, but Kazuya made her feel like she did the wrong thing. Why? Because he didn't talk to her. But then that becomes an underlying issue of their relationship, where there is a broken foundational issue of lack of communication and lack of understanding from the other person. Right? It's not just Chizuru, it's Kazuya too. Right? Chizuru doesn't fully communicate what she thinks, and in turn, Kazuya doesn't fully communicate what he thinks. So they come to a foundational misunderstanding, right? That no matter what they say, their foundation is broken. So that's kind of where we are right now. Reiji is recognizing, okay, there is a foundational issue. There is a problem. That problem is not simply Kazuya or Chizuru, it is the foundation. It is broken. Why is the foundation broken, you might be asking? Here, I'll spell it the fuck out for you. Here's a hero's journey. This hero's journey will explain to you why this foundation is broken. Have fun. My father was a POS. Ugly things happen, but I kept moving forward and looking for solutions to heal my PTSD. Everybody has their own struggles. Yeah. Everybody got their own struggles, dude. Like the only therapist that was ironically able to help me was a veteran therapist. He was a therapist who talked and helped veterans. That's the dude who was able to help me. I had two different therapists prior. They were both school therapists. One wasn't really like fully a therapist. I met her for like 3 sessions at most. That was like what my insurance covered, and I wasn't gonna fucking pay for it. And then the other therapist, I met her through school, and she kind of just felt like more like a normal therapist. But it just kind of wasn't working. Like, I don't know, just never felt like she really got through to me. But I formed like a kind of connection to her where I could kind of talk about some stuff. I didn't talk about everything. Have you ever, if you guys ever had like some friends or something, like sometimes you can't talk about everything. When I talked to the veteran therapist, he was like this older dude. He was this older man. When I talked to him, I was actually able to talk about some of my other experiences, like open up about some different stuff with him. And he kind of paved the path for me to feel a little more comfortable talking about like uncomfortable topics. And that's how I learned how to properly open up, like imagine that, like imagine talking to an older dude. An older dude should be judgmental and shit. Now this dude was both chill and called me out on my bullshit. And that was exactly what I needed, and that's kind of how I was able to slowly start moving forward. He kind of paved the path for me. And then I think Rent a Girlfriend like helped me walk the path, if you will. Chizuru is employed in an agency. Diamond Kazuya pays the agency, and the agency takes a massive cut before paying her. Furthermore, she never asks Kazuya for money outside of official business hours. She refuses expensive personal gifts, and she strictly follows company policy. She isn't manipulating him for cash. She is providing the exact emotional labor he is willingly purchasing. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. What does Chizuru mean when she apologizes for being excited? It's guilt. I'm sorry for being happy. I'm sorry for being excited. Like I explained before, look at this. I'm sorry for being excited. Look at her be excited. It's not just what is it? It's not just simply excited about the It's not just simply excited about Kazuya. She's excited. It's just for being excited, period. She's excited over the play. She's excited over learning new things. She's excited over doing stuff in her life. She just feels bad for feeling good, for feeling desire, for feeling good things. Like we said before, Chizuru's issue is desire. She's been conditioned that feeling desire is bad. Kazuya is too absorbed in his own head to see Chizuru. Yeah, and then in contrast, Chizuru is technically the same, but a lot of that is kind of like a layered issue. He's absorbed in his own head because he doesn't know who he is. In that same way, Chizuru is so absorbed in her guilt that she doesn't see him. Right? She's trying to see him, but she can't. She's so absorbed in her guilt, she can't see him. Kazuya is so absorbed in his, I wouldn't say guilt, and maybe inadequacy. Right? So you can parallel them that way. Chizuru and Kazuya are so absorbed in their lack of self-worth that they don't see each other. Where does that self-worth come from? It's in part from them. It's in part from the abuse that they have endured. They are parallels. It's not just simply Kazuya. Chizuru just does it in reverse. Chizuru also literally doesn't see him, right? Because she's so busy doubting the feelings that she has for him as a product of self-worth and guilt and trauma. They're pairs. They're pairs. They're literally the same. A lot of what Kazuya experiences you can understand from Chizuru, but as an inverse. Chizuru is torn between duty and desire. She's likely Omni-Man. Sorry for the comparison. To be fair. To be fair. Who's the one holding who here, mind you? Who's the one kissing who here, mind you? Who's the one doing who here, mind you? Chizur's technically Omni-Man. Technically. Very technically. Yes, so for Chizuru, it's a little different. I would say the closest comparison I can strike to Chizuru that maybe Roman might know is Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. Aqua from Kingdom Hearts is actually like the best comparison I can strike to Chizuru in this particular case. Mostly because Aqua is exactly kind of that. She's torn between caring for her friends and duty. In particular, the strict upbringing that Aqua had about justice and doing the right thing. She had a very strict upbringing when it came to that stuff. So naturally, Aqua's perspective is very torn. She's like she feels like a lot of guilt for doing the right thing, like, and she shoulders a lot of burdens alone. Like, Aqua literally goes through hell solo, like actual in-game hell solo for like the equivalent of like 10 years. Like the girl went through goddamn hell. So I think Aqua is a good comparison to Chizuru in that regard, where both Chizuru and Aqua are torn between duty and desire. Omni-Man isn't so much a good fit as Omni-Man is indoctrinated into like a certain set of beliefs. Chizuru isn't so much indoctrinated as Sayuri instilled a lot of teachings of justice and right and wrong. And the problem with that is that it's a double-edged sword, because it has left Chizuru feeling kind of stifled and kind of stuck, because she doesn't know what the right thing to do is. And oftentimes the right thing to do is to put yourself to the side. But this is about her feelings, and this is about her. And she can't put herself to the side in this situation. So it literally leaves Chizuru physically stuck in the middle. She's stuck in the center of the page. She doesn't know how to move, right? She's literally trapped here. So I think that's kind of a good physical representation of Chizuru's character. She's quite literally trapped, and does not know how to move. Whereas Omni-Man is unlearning things, and he doesn't know how to cope with that and how to atone with that. Omni-Man is the abuser. Chizuru is not the abuser. I think that's the difference. I think that's the key difference between Omni-Man and Chizuru, is that I would believe Omni-Man's story is ironically more fitting for Omni-Man's story is more fitting for Mommy. Maybe Invincible as a character is maybe more fitting for both Chizuru and Kazuya. Right? Invincible's story is maybe a little more fitting for both Chizuru and Kazuya. Right? Invincible is privileged in a lot of ways, exactly like Kazuya. So in that regard, there is very much that parallel between Invincible and Kazuya, where they're both very privileged, but they don't realize their privilege, and through trial by fire, they start realizing their privilege. In that same way, you could technically say there's some parallels to Invincible with Chizuru, where less about privilege, it's maybe Invincible isn't a good comparison to Chizuru. He works for Kazuya, but I don't know about Chizuru. I don't know who Chizuru would be in the Invincible show. I don't know. I don't think she would be Eve. Yeah, definitely not Eve. She's nothing like Eve. But there is absolutely like a comparison to be struck with Mommy's character with Omni-Man. And the reason I say Chizuru could be invincible is because Mark is the inversion of Omni-Man. Because Mark, no, Eve is not really like Chizuru. Not really. There's surface level parallels, like losing her parents, you know, and her horror story with her mom and shit. There's like surface level parallels like that, but not. It's too different. It's not quite the same. I would say Chizuru is similar to Omni-Man specifically because, I'm sorry, no, not Omni-Man. Mommy is Omni-Man. Chizuru is similar to Invincible specifically because, Invincible has this story arc of not wanting to be his dad. Much like how Chizuru does not want to be her mom or mommy. So Chizuru, being invincible in that regard fits really well because Chizuru is trying really hard not to be a bad person, but has to eventually accept that she can and has done bad things. You know, like she's starting to accept that now, but at the same time, she's ridden with guilt, much like how Mark, for a good portion of the story, is very ridden with guilt. It eats away at him constantly. So I think that is quite similar. There's even a part in Mark's story where he feels terrible for being happy. Like he's like, I don't deserve to be happy. There's other people suffering, shit like that. So something like that. That's why I think there could be a similarity to Mark. But again, these are quite different characters. Mommy in particular is like, again, I think fits Omni-Man quite well, specifically because Omni-Man was literally indoctrinated into a set of beliefs and he knows they're wrong and has to learn and accept that he's an abuser before he could ever get absolution. What about Kate? What about Kate? Kate kind of just sucks. I don't really like Kate. Like Duplicate? Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of Duplicate. She kind of sucks. Like, I get it. I understand her character, but I'm not crazy about her. She's kind of okay. Rex is great. I love Rex. I think Rex weirdly can have like the end journey of Rex's character can have some parallels to Kazuya, you know? The end journey of Rex's character can have some parallels to Kazuya, where Rex, the only thing he's ever known is Rex Splode. That's who he is. Because that's how he was kind of always written and decided for him. That I think has some parallels to Kazuya's character. Mommy saw Kazuya like a pet at some point, so yeah, Omni-Man is more fitting for her. Like I said, she was indoctrinated into a set of beliefs exactly like Omni-Man. What's going on here? Great chapter for Rent a Girlfriend. Kazuya doing his driving license practice session pretty well, and most of the chapter with Chizuru. But reflecting on the past, it's sad to see her with such low self-esteem, and it ends with Kazuya dropping a condom. Here, mommy, showing up. Peak. Okay. Oh, okay. Japanese user wrote some stuff. Let's see what he has to say. So this guy. Whoa, wrote a bit more than usual today, huh? Okay, let's go to Deep L. What the fuck? There we go. Oh yeah, what did they have to say? Sign practice with provisional license. The Out of Blue series. Out of the Blue series. Huh? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, these are sometimes out of the blue. Fair enough. Illegal parking. Phew. First time stress. Image. This guy. Mizuhara. Cat. Do your best. Sparkles. Hop. I want to see this. Buzz buzz. I'm sorry. Always talk. Always taking. Sorry. Oops. Lots of signs. It's on the street, right? The chapter is literally like, here are all the fucking signs. Idiot. Idiot. Something's coming. It didn't get tangled. It didn't get untangled, but the wording, lol. Typical street parking. It's gotten to the point where you can even drive on the left side anymore. Things are looking dicey. Even in that state, he could still visualize it. Even if it's just a fantasy, it's her first outfit. Kazuya's mind is racing. Let's see. Did those two actually not get along? Lol. Peter's way too cocky. So he really was that kind of guy. Directed by Tokaguchi Sensei. I see. Come to think of it, maybe I did have at least some impression of the blue heron princess. She got a she's got a bad reputation for Chizuru. Meanwhile, Chizuru is all excited. So cute. While everyone else has some kind of ambition, whether it's wanting to become famous or make money, Chizuru, on the other hand, doesn't really have that kind of ambition. She simply keeps doing this because she loves acting, so she can genuinely enjoy even those low key rehearsals, right? Everyone else is acting with a sense of ambition, even Kazuya at this point, but she just loves this, right? Chizuru just loves this, and she's being made to feel bad for loving this. Still, she's so cute when she's all excited like that. It's been so long since I've seen Chizuru like this. It really makes me realize my body was craving it, right? We haven't seen Chizuru like with eyes like that since like 299. So, and even then with 299 it was more embarrassment, right? With 299 it was a bit more like embarrassment. But here I'll show you what I mean. This is kind of like the last time we saw Chizuru's eyes like this, but never with a full glint with like, oh shit. I think maybe during the date there were some instances where she was like this, like when she saw here 356 maybe. Yeah, kind of here. Not the same. She does get kind of excited, right? Yeah, nothing this crazy. We haven't seen this kind of glint in Chizuru's eyes since like yeah, since that point. Let's see. Still, she's so cute when she's all excited. Okay. Getting praised by Kazuya is one of Chizuru's driving forces, so that kind of desire is bound to pop up. It's been a while since we've seen Buzz Chizuru too. Yeah, I do think that is like one thing Chizuru wants. She really wants to be complimented by him, um, and feels terrible for it. Right? She feels terrible for wanting to be complimented. right? It's literally like I said, she feels terrible for being excited. Anything else? Nothing else. Nothing too crazy. Let's continue. It's been a while. Okay, so we said that in the end, that's exactly how it turned out. Ruka-chan aside, Mommy-chan had become completely different from how she was back then. The situation only works because of Kazuya's passion. Is that so? No, but if she didn't give them to him, it would probably be pretty tough on Kazuya. Well, giving them to him would also like a hint of something more, so it's a tricky situation. Hmm. Oh, giving him the tickets. I see. If that's the case, it looks like Kazuya won't be able to see the show unless he gets tickets from Chizuru. So I wonder what he'll do. Thinking about it from a different angle. Get them through Yamori. Yamori gets an extra pair and gives them to Kazuya, but it's pretty obvious that he's giving them to Kazuya. Get them through Sumi-chan. It seems easier to get them this way than through Yamori. But if that happens, does that mean he'll end up going to see the show with Sumi-chan? Get them through Umi. This actually seems like a pretty high possibility. Did Umi end up on the cheering side after all? In a way, whether he helps her out here or not will probably clarify Umi's position going forward. Um, I think Umi's gonna come back somehow, but it's gonna be relevant to Ruka. He's gonna come back regarding Ruka, not anything else, in my opinion. It's not just Chizuru here. Kazuya also sees it as things received, things given, returned. Both of them share the same mindset. Since they've received so much from the other, they want to work hard to repay that. Relationship wise, they're the perfect pair. Each find motivation in the other to keep pushing forward. But because of their self esteem is low, they often end up belittling themselves and getting stuck in a rut. That's the misunderstanding. You think it's just about self esteem. This is about abuse. At times like that, they need to nudge from the other person or encouragement from the third party. Since they, oh, I see why Reiji put a puzzle. Oh, I now understand why Reiji put a puzzle as the cover page. How do we start? Signs, roads, paths. What is this chapter about? Learning how to read the signs and navigate what you're interacting with and seeing. Much like when you look at a cat, you kind of have to understand what the cat is trying to say to you. You have to understand the cat's signals to understand how to interact with a cat. You have to know what they're thinking and what they're feeling. It's not going to get just spelled out for you. This isn't to say like that's how relationships function. Rather, it's trying to tell you you have to learn how to navigate these characters in order to understand what they are saying to you. Much like how you have to learn how to navigate a cat to understand what they're actually saying to you. This is a chapter about navigation and learning to read the signs. If you cannot learn to read the signs, it will feel incredibly stressful and confusing. You won't know what the characters feel like, what they're doing, what the real problem is. Kazuya here thinks that I saw it Mizuhara next to me. That's not the real problem Ruka is, right? He's in shadow because he didn't actually see not only because he didn't actually see Chizuru, but specifically because Ruka is the actual issue. The person who was actually next to him, the person who is touching him, right? Here he says, "Surely I'll get used to it. I just have to believe that." Right? That's not everyone else's point. Everyone else is doing it. That doesn't mean just because everyone else is doing it that you can do it, that you'll just magically get used to it. It's not about just believing it. You have to figure out how to do it, not just believe blindly. What is he doing? He's believing blindly, right? He's literally saying, I'll put up with this abuse and I'll just have to believe that I'll get to this scenario. It's blind faith. Lastly, besides, I saw it, right? Damn it, this feeling's so dire, I can't relax, right? This feels so dire, I can't relax. Everything I'm doing for Mizuhara's sake. So I think that's kind of important. It feels dire, it feels overwhelming. Where did we say that was in the hero's journey? Death of despair, shadow, madness, and fear. The hero accomplishes the second threshold, bringing him journey's end. But with the death of his former self, the creation of his present beastly form, a heavy price is paid for the completion of the second threshold. The price could be many things: the death of a beloved friend, the separation from the romantic partner, or even my favorite intended sequence of horrific magnitude. Yeah, so here I would say the unintended consequences of the second threshold, being that he got onto the road, is that of his abuse, right? He's endured significant pain. Right. So at this point, the heavy price that is paid for this transformation that Kazuya is undergoing is the pain that he is enduring. Right. So in this case, that's what this is, right? The vision of Chizuru is starting to get muddied. Maybe that's the price, right? The vision of Chizuru that he sees is starting to become muddied, right? Every time he sees it, it becomes muddied. Whereas with Chizuru, every time she sees him, every time she's alone, she thinks of multiple different memories of him, right? Did you notice that? Chizuru often thinks of like multiple different memories of Kazuya, whereas Kazuya thinks of a fantasy Chizuru, and the real memories that creep in are Ruka's. It's like his memories are literally being overwritten. That is the price to be paid, right? That is the heavy price that Kazuya has endured, that his memories are starting to be overwritten with the trauma and the pain that he is enduring, rather than the actual conflicts that he needs, rather than the memories he wants to have. So rather than the memories he wants to have, the memories, the smile that he remembers, right? What is the thing he said? The thing I remember is your smile is starting to fade. Chizuru's smile is starting to fade. He's remembering it less and less and less, right? We barely had any time with Chizuru's smile here, yet we saw the real Chizuru. And what do we see with Chizuru when we see her? Her smile is covered. Her smile is covered. She's probably smiling like crazy under there, but she's literally hiding her smile. From the moment you see Chizuru, she's hiding. From the moment you see Chizuru, she's hiding her feelings. She's hiding her smile. She doesn't believe she's allowed to smile. In contrast, the moment you see Kazuya, you see him panicking externally, and then internally, you see the smile that he remembers of Chizuru starting to fade. Inversions. He's losing the smile that he remembers. Chizuru is hiding her smile more and more and more. The more she smiles, the more she hides it. So this is the heavy price. You're losing the smile that started it all. Everything that started this, you're starting to lose it. Nagomi created this weak, pathetic man, but Kazuya now is a grown-ass man to take responsibility for that. Nagomi didn't create a weak, pathetic Kazuya. I'm gonna be real. I don't think so. I think she facilitated this. She didn't create a weak, pathetic Kazuya. Kazuya was stronger than he thought, and in part, that is Nagomi. Nagomi is literally like Chizuru's mom, the way I describe Chizuru's mom. We focus a lot on the bad things that she's done, but the reason Kazuya ultimately got to where he is was in part because of her. The only reason Kazuya could do a lot of the stuff he could do was because she gave him the environment to, in many ways, do so. Yes, he was spoiled. Yes, she made him feel like crap at a lot of different points, but she also did care for him, and I think both are true. I think Nagomi both destroyed Kazuya and built him. Right. And I think both are true in many ways. And yet he also built himself. You know, he's not a fully grown man, I would argue. I would say he's getting into that point. He's reaching that point where he's becoming an adult. He's reaching that point where you must become an adult and take agency over your life. And now he has to start taking responsibility for it. He's not just you can't just say someone's a grown ass man, take responsibility for that. It's not that simple. There are layers to it, especially when you consider the abuse and the things that he has endured. In that case, it's not simply just take responsibility. There is a part where you must take some responsibility, but there's also a part where you're enduring a lot and it's not simply just responsibility. You need help. Let's continue. And there's the bombshell dropping at the very end. Come to think of it, I left that in there. And then Mommy-chan shows up. I wonder how she will react if she sees them. So I guess I'll just erase these. Hold on. Don't do that. Ugh, jeez. Okay. Damn, there's still a lot more. Let's see. The preview title is Sanctuary. I guess it's about the sanctuary, their home. They have to protect from Ruka-chan. Though this last one is more of an object than a sanctuary. It's already been revealed anyway, lol. So first, oh, maybe sanctuary could also refer to when Kazuya goes to beat his meat in the DVD stores. That could be it too. Right. Well, we'll double check what Mute said it was, but it could be that too, where Kazuya goes to the DVD store and beats his meat in private. So first street driving lesson. I was totally nervous wreck, but managed to get through it somehow. Meanwhile, Chizuru is all excited, completely the opposite to the atmosphere around her. She's enjoying the acting, right? So Kazuya is not handling his atmosphere well. The atmosphere around Kazuya is very positive, but he's negative. Chizuru is the opposite. The atmosphere around Chizuru is very tense and negative, whereas Chizuru herself is very positive, right? They're inversions. And when they enter the restrooms, they're parallels, right? When they enter the restrooms, they're kind of like inverted parallels where Chizuru is hiding her smile and she's thinking about what she owes Kazuya and she thinks of real memories of Kazuya. Whereas Kazuya, when he's in the restroom, thinks of like fantasies of Chizuru and real memories of Ruka. And the real pain it's inflicting on him. Rather, with Chizuru, it's the pain she's inflicting on Kazuya, and she feels sorry for that pain, and she feels guilty over it, and she doesn't deserve happiness. So they're inversions, right? So, but they do the same thing, you know. Meanwhile, Chizuru, okay, so we said that, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if Kazuya will be able to go watch it, or if he'll go ask her thoughts on it. Let's do our best for another week while keeping that in mind. So yeah, Kazuya and Chizuru are inversions of each other, right? They're flips. They're like mirrors, you know, two sides of the same coin. Similar, they do very similar things. They both go into the restroom. They both dealing with their own separate environments, but how they interact with their environments couldn't be any more different. How Chizuru interacts with her environment is pure positivity. How Kazuya interacts with his environment is pure panic. He freaks out around his environment. He literally doesn't know. He's reactive to the world. Chizuru is active in the world. They're literally inversions, right? In contrast, when they're in their own heads, Kazuya is very active with his thoughts. You know, Kazuya is like very active with his thoughts, right? He knows exactly what he's thinking, right? And he's very like honest and open about those thoughts. Whereas Chizuru is more reactive to her thoughts, right? She merely reacts to how she feels and what she thinks. The only time Kazuya is reactive is when it comes to Ruka, right? When it comes to Ruka, Kazuya is reactive. When it comes to Ruka and Mami, Chizuru is also reactive, right? When she remembers those words, she's also reactive. There they parallel. There they come to the same point. But to Kazuya, he's very active when it comes to Chizuru in his mind. With Chizuru, when she comes to Kazuya in her mind, she's very reactive. But when it comes to Ruka and Mami, both Chizuru and Kazuya are reactive. And I think that's fascinating, right? Maybe Chizuru is being active. Maybe she's being reactive. It's kind of hard to tell, you know? But she instinctively says sorry to them. So this to me feels more reactive. You know, she kind of built to that lower level. And then here she reacts again. God, this face is so funny. Every time we see this stupid dumb face, it's so funny. Okay, so how long have we been streaming? 4 hours and 30 minutes. Might call it for here. I'm not sure. Any gaming streams this week? I don't know. I'm not sure. Trying to change some stuff up, so I don't know if I'll do gaming streams this week. I was thinking of doing Kingdom Hearts yesterday, but then I chose not to. I'm not sure. The Sanctuary preview title was used before. Didn't the Sanctuary title used before? Not this way. No, it was spelled differently. So the way the Sanctuary title is spelled here is Sacred Precinct, Sanctuary, Consecrated Ground, Holy Ground. The way it was used before was the Peach Garden thing, right? It was like the Peach Garden thing from before. Issues that is regarded as being well off limits, no matter what it is, no matter that it is not up for discussion. So the reason I read it like this is like this makes me think of like girls' panties or girls' crotch or some shit like that. because that's usually how that kind of stuff is described in anime. That's why I was thinking of that. It's the holy ground. We never look under the skirt. We never go there. That is forbidden territory. You never touch, right? You never look. You never see, right? So that being how Kazuya treats it is quite fitting, considering that's what Ruka did to him, where she just touches his crotch and like literally looks under his fucking panties and shit. Not his panties, but like puts her hand in her fucking crotch, dude. Like she touches his dick. So it's very fitting that Kazuya, in response, does not do this. Okay. Okay, gang. I might take a small break and then maybe I'll write something on Twitter. I don't know what else I can discuss. Like I don't really have much off the top of my head right now. I feel like we went through everything. Is there anything you guys would like me to discuss? Anything that, I forgot to mention or something? Been replaying Witcher 3 Masterpiece. I actually never liked Witcher. Sorry. I don't know. Something about like the gameplay never clicked with me. That's me. I always hear like Witcher 3 is amazing. It just never clicked for me. Did you watch the Michael movie? Which one? Oh, that one? No. I haven't been to the theaters in a hot minute. I have not been to the theaters in a hot minute. I just came back from theater, saw The Secret World of Rarity. Huh. Is there anything you would like me to discuss? I talked about a lot, so I'm kind of actually thinking of taking a break. Rarity. Huh. Ariety? Ariety. Is this a Ghibli film? Looks like a Ghibli film. Yeah, it has the Ghibli art style. Oh, it came out 2010. God damn. I love the Heart of Stone DLC. It felt like a movie. I assume you don't like medieval RPGs. Not true. I like medieval RPGs. It's not the environment. It's not the environment. I just didn't click with the gameplay. I thought the environment was beautiful. It's not the story or the environment. It was just purely gameplay. Like I actually thought the environment was really pretty. I would say like some of my favorite environments tend to be like for example, I like Victorian art style, Victorian environments. So like Bloodborne, like I don't like fucking what is it, Souls games very much, but Bloodborne's aesthetic was so fucking cool. I played the whole goddamn game. I played Final Fantasy 16 and that was medieval. Yeah, I played Final Fantasy 16 and that was medieval. I had fun with that. It's not so much like I don't know. The gameplay just didn't click for me. It kind of felt weird and clunky, and I think it's because I play fucking action games. I think that was literally the issue. I play action games, so the gameplay just felt like mad clunky for me in comparison to like action games. It just didn't hit the way I wanted it to. I don't understand the meaning of the next chapter title, Taboo. Does it mean boundary has been crossed? It's not taboo. It's here, I'll show it. It's like Forbidden Sanctuary or something. It's not taboo. It's this. This. A sacred ground, a sanctuary, a consecrated ground. It's holy ground, right? This is what it means. It's holy ground. But it can also mean issue that is regarded as being off limits no matter what, it is not up for discussion. So in that sense, I read it as a holy ground, like for someone's fucking crotch area or something. That's how I read it. It could be fucking stupid, you know? But no, it's more of a sanctuary, a consecrated ground. It makes me think of a church. You know, it makes me think of a church, which I think is oddly fitting considering how the church is used against Chizuru. I think that's very oddly fitting considering how the church is used against Chizuru. That's incredibly fitting. So using the term like holy ground like that is, I think, quite fitting. The fact that Clive Rossfield made it to Tekken and Tifa not was a massive middle finger. Well, to be fair, Clive was like planned years in advance, you know? Like they probably thought he was going to be massive, and at the time Tifa didn't have her next big game yet. So that's how they planned it. Hopefully Tifa will get added. It'd be cool. It's too bad Tekken is in like a weird place right now. It's not terrible anymore. They kind of did some good fixing, but it's in a weird place. There's rumors that Tifa's going to be in Street Fighter, which would be bigger. Tifa in Street Fighter is bigger than Tekken because Street Fighter is just bigger. I think she would fit better in Tekken, but Tifa in Street Fighter would kind of be peak as fuck. Tifa in Street Fighter would be sick as shit. There's rumors that she might be in Street Fighter. There was talk of Final Fantasy 14 having an offline mode, but I don't know. Yeah, no, this isn't new. They didn't promise anything. They said it would be interesting, but it seems kind of hard. They're already trying to do something like that where they're trying to, it's not offline, but you can play it solo technically. You can do a lot of content solo now in 14. So that's kind of cool. Like they give you like party members, like NPC party members. Final Fantasy 11, I've been doing some research on it. It also has like a solo mode for its story where you can essentially do like a lot of stuff with NPCs and shit. So there's stuff like that. But you can't do any hard content alone. That's like where the limitations stop. I know there's a mobile version of Final Fantasy 14, but I don't know how that is. That's roughly that. If they take away the monthly subscription, I'll play it, but until then, I ain't paying for shit. You're talking about 14? 14 has a free trial up until Shadowbringers. That's the third expansion. You can play it completely for free. You can literally play 14 completely for free. Like it has a free trial up until the fourth expansion or third. The Shadowbringers is considered probably the pinnacle of the game for a lot of people. So there you go. The game, so understand a lot of the microtransactions in 14. No, you're completely misreading this. You're completely misreading this. Final Fantasy 14 has over like 5,000 hours of gameplay. You get access to all of that for a monthly subscription. Okay. Second, the microtransactions in the game are purely cosmetic. You don't have to get any of it. You can play the entire game without purchasing a single thing. It is purely cosmetic. The game has a bunch of cosmetic shit in it that you don't need that stuff for. You don't need to purchase a single microtransaction. There are some stuff, like for instance, there's something that is like you can pay an extra $1 for an extra retainer. Retainers give you extra space. Sometimes you'll run out of space, but that's if you that's if you like what is it? Do crafting and shit. If you don't craft, you don't do any of that stuff, you're not gonna run out of space. Like the only reason I'm having some issues with space is because I'm an omni crafter. So like all my crafters are maxed out, all my gatherers are maxed out, all my jobs are maxed out. So like the only reason I struggle a little bit is because of that. The game subscription for a month is $12. That's monthly. You don't have to pay that because you get the free trial. You could run through the whole game with the free trial. Or not the whole game, up until the third expansion. So that is 1 game, 2 game, 3 game, 4 games. You technically get 4 games on a free trial for free. There are some limitations. You can't join a guild, for example, right? You can't join a guild, for example. But that's kind of it. You actually get like super mega access to the game. I don't know. I shouldn't be giving microtransactions too much shit because I think 150 a house and yeah, so I'm not bad. No, I've had issues with them. I don't like microtransactions either. Understand, but what I'm saying is the microtransactions for 14 are very very limited. Like they're incredibly limited. A lot of 14 just gives you a lot of game. It's just end game can be kind of rough if you just kind of stick to the like the straight line that the game give you. That's kind of where the game sucks, but that's like 6 expansions in. Or like 5. Yeah, it's like 5 expansions in. Like I finished Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and Dawn okay, so that's that's 5 expansions and Dawn Trail. And now I'm like starting to learn how to do a bunch of different kind of end game. You know? But even then that each expansion is like 50 hours or something. And that's not even accounting for like extra side content. There's so much extra side content. If I pull up my PlayStation, like it'll tell me how many hours I've played on this thing. It's like over 1,000 hours. You know? So in this case, like the subscription is really not that bad. Especially if you can make it $12. Like mine's $12. I don't pay for an extra retainer. They give you two retainers and you get a chocobo bag. And that's like all just a bunch of inventory you can store. It's super nice. Now 14 is really really generous. The microtransactions are like pretty much non-fucking existent. Like the only and they're kind of dumb too. Like they give you just mostly clothes. It's just cosmetic clothes. I've bought some. I've bought some of their microtransactions. I bought some of the cosmetics. They're really cool. Right? I feel pretty cool like putting on some of the clothes they give me. I wanted some of the hairs. I got Lightning's clothes. They had a Lightning event and I didn't play it at the time. So I never did it. So I never got it. I was going to get the 15 you can't buy the clothes from there, but they had the event again and I got the regalia and I got Noctis's clothes and hair. So that was really cool. So now I have the regalia and I can just get into my fucking car and just fly in the air. That shit's so fun. Yeah, no, 14 is really kind of respectful of its players. And that's different from like its mobile games. Like mobile games for Final Fantasy and like Kingdom Hearts tend to be kind of shit. You know? Do you make backstories for your MMO characters? Not really. Not really. I just make them look cool. What I focus on is purely like how they look. You know, I have some ideas of how my character acts, but it's just a reflection of me. I didn't really give them like a full backstory or anything because they're the Warrior of Light. Like their backstory is forged in the narrative. I have a friend who does that. I have a friend who RPs. There's a role playing in this game is big. Like if you role play and you're like a cat girl, they'll give you like a million yen or some shit. Or not yen, a million gil. Gil is the currency of the game. But I've learned how to make my own money. I've learned how to make my own money. I just keep track of the market and I just buy things and I sell them. Helps to have a crafter. 50 hours of main scenario quests per expansion. There's plenty of stuff beside main scenario. Yeah, like that's not even accounting for like harder trials, harder dungeons. It's not even accounting for like some of the like savage raids and shit. Those are really cool. There's like an entire storyline for like the Bahamut raids. Those are sick as fuck. There is a raid quest line that's pretty important for Shadowbringers that they made mandatory in the story. I was there when it wasn't mandatory. I was sick as fuck. I'm like, oh shit. I don't even remember it. That's the sad part. I like did it in A Realm Reborn. So when I did Shadowbringers, I was just like, what? What the fuck? I don't remember any of this. How you beat Omega. Omega is an entire raid series. Omega is usually like a kind of secret boss in Final Fantasy games. In 14, he's an entire raid series, and they have an ultimate for him. Ultimates are like the hardest challenges in 14, you know? Ultimates are like the hardest challenges in 14. Um, so ultimates like tend to be like fucking insane. And they made an ultimate for Omega. So you're a speculator. Shame on you. Speculator. What? My character in Baldur's Gate 3 is a sadistic piece of shit. Not a reflection of me, but villains are fun. Oh, so I speculate on my character's backstory? Or are you trying to say I'm a spectator? If you say I'm a spectator to my character, then yes, I am a spectator to my character. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I should take a break so I can write a little bit. I kind of want to write a little bit for this chapter, but I feel like I need a bit of a break to just kind of iron out what I want to write because I'm not 100% sure what I want to say just yet. I have some idea. It's the chapter is about navigation and like navigating the right path, and learning how to navigate and learn. So like every time you reach a certain point, you get a new word and that word pieces together a sentence, you know? So I think that's the idea is like learning how to piece it all together. That seems to be the idea behind the chapter. Okay. Um yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what else to do for now, gang. Because I feel like we talked about everything we want to talk about regarding the chapter. Wait. Made of love and peace. Yeah. So that's what that's from. All right. I'll either take a break or come back later, or we'll stream tomorrow when the episode comes out. For now, I think I'm gonna call it for here for now, gang. I gotta check on my cat. I gotta cook. I would love to talk more, but I'm not sure what else to say for now. So I think like this is where we take a break, you know. So I'll take a break for now, and I think I'll come back another time. Great chapter, great stream. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm trying to see what else I can do for the channel for now, so I'm gonna try to do that. That's why I've been kind of avoiding gaming streams. If you guys are curious, I'm kind of avoiding gaming streams just because I'm like, okay, maybe I can use that time to do something more for the channel or more for myself. So I'll go from there. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys later and take care. We'll stream tomorrow. I won't be streaming in until after work, so it'll be a little bit later. But after work, we're gonna stream uh the new episode. We're gonna stream the new episode. Take care. See you guys later and have a good day. Awesome chat.